I strolled through the sect grounds, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the stone pathways. My mind was still spinning with what I'd just witnessed. Wu Kongming walking alongside the sectless cultivator from Black Mist Valley. The same cultivator who should have been crippled or dead after Lu Fang's essence drain technique. "You're overthinking this," Azure commented as I absently kicked a small stone along the path. "Am I?" I replied silently. A sectless cultivator somehow not only survives an essence drain but also advances to the 9th stage of qi condensation in record time? That doesn't strike you as suspicious? "Of course it's suspicious," Azure replied. "But what's your theory?" I paused, watching the stone roll to a stop against a nearby tree root. "Remember how he fell into that spatial tear during the chaos at Black Mist Valley? I'm willing to bet he stumbled upon some kind of inheritance site. That would explain the miraculous recovery and rapid advancement," Azure agreed. "Spatial anomalies often hide ancient treasures or cultivation grounds." I sighed, a twinge of regret passing through me. Part of me wishes I had investigated that tear myself. While suffering from a soul attack and operating at 65% capacity, Azure's tone was gently incredulous. "That would have been reckless even by your standards." I know. I kicked another pebble, this one sailing farther than intended. "And we got what we came for, the moonlit dewflower. I should be grateful for that." "Precisely. Your goal was clear and you achieved it. Whatever Luo Yichen found in that spatial anomaly, it wasn't part of your mission." Still, I couldn't help but wonder what treasures or techniques the formerly sectless cultivator might have discovered. Something powerful enough to heal the damage from an essence drain and catapult him to the 9th stage was no small find. "Focus on what you can control," Azure advised. "Whatever happened to Luo Yichen and however he connected with Wu Kongming, there's nothing you can do about it right now except prepare yourself." He was right, of course. Whatever strange circumstances had brought Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen together, there was little I could do but focus on my own cultivation and the tournament ahead. It was nice having someone like Azure to keep me grounded. As I walked, a sudden thought struck me. In all the chaos of recent events, I'd completely forgotten about something important. "I should check if there are any letters from my parents," I muttered. Since reconnecting with them during the Beast Wave mission, I'd felt a growing sense of responsibility toward them. They weren't just characters in a story. They were real people with real feelings, people who loved their son. The fact that I technically wasn't their biological son made their unconditional acceptance all the more meaningful. "The message pavilion should be that way," Azure suggested, directing my attention to a modest building near the administrative area of the sect. The Azure Peak Message Pavilion was a hexagonal structure with a blue-tiled roof and white stone walls. Unlike the grand halls and imposing training grounds that dominated most of the sect, the pavilion had a practical, almost mundane quality to it. After all, even immortality-seeking cultivators sometimes needed to send a letter home. I pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of orderly shelves lining the walls, each divided into small compartments labeled with disciple names or division designations. A middle-aged woman sat at a desk in the center, carefully sorting through a stack of message scrolls. She glanced up as I entered, her reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Can I help you, young disciple?" she asked, her voice carrying the faint accent of the western provinces. "I'm checking if there are any messages for Ku-in, outer disciple," I replied with a respectful bow. She nodded and gestured to a section of shelving to the right. "Outer disciple compartments are arranged by entry year, then alphabetically. You should find yours there." I thanked her and made my way to the indicated shelves. It took a few moments of searching before I located the small cubbyhole labeled Kawaii. To my surprise, it contained several scrolls, most of them bearing the same simple seal, my parents' family mark. With a mix of anticipation and guilt, I collected the scrolls and found a small reading table by the window. Unrolling the first one, dated more than 3 months ago, I recognized my mother's careful handwriting. "Dearest Ian, I hope this message finds you well. Your father and I miss you terribly, but we understand that cultivation requires dedication and focus. The village has been peaceful since you left. Old Wang's youngest daughter just got married to that boy from Greenleaf Village she's been seeing. Your father says I shouldn't bother you with village gossip, but I thought you might like to know what's happening at home. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Please write when you can. Even a few characters to let us know you're safe would ease a mother's worry. With all our love, Mother. I felt a pang of guilt as I set the scroll aside and opened another. This one dated 2 months ago. Our dear son. Still no word from you, but we understand. A neighbor's son who joined Crescent Moon Sect 5 years ago only wrote once in the first year. Your father says that's just how it is with cultivators, always busy climbing higher, seeking breakthroughs. I try to be patient. Your father has been having some trouble with his back lately. Nothing serious, just the usual aches that come with age. I've been making him that willow bark tea that Healer Lu recommended. It seems to help. We love you and pray for your success every day. Mother. Each letter painted a picture of daily life in Floating Reed Village. The changing seasons, local events, minor troubles, and persistent hope that their son was doing well. They never reproached me for not writing back, only expressed understanding that I must be busy with important sect matters. At least I had already apologized for my silence when I visited them during the Beast Wave mission. My parents had waved away my remorse, insisting that a cultivator's path is demanding, and that they understood. Still, seeing the gentle patience in their letters, the consistent outreach despite my silence, made me determined to be a better son going forward. Finally, I reached the most recent scroll, dated just a day ago. This one bore my father's more angular script. Ian, after much consideration, your mother and I have decided to accept your suggestion about moving closer to Azure Peak. I've contacted my cousin in Three Rivers Village about his offer to take over his tailor shop. Everything is arranged. He is ready to retire and seems pleased to keep the business in the family. We've already begun packing our belongings and informing our regular customers. Most have been understanding, though Old Man Wang grumbled quite a bit about having to find a new tailor at his age. Your mother made him a jar of pickled radish, which seemed to improve his mood considerably. He even offered to buy our house at a fair price, which is a relief. Your mother is both excited and nervous about the move. The prospect of being closer to you brings her joy, but leaving the only home she's known for 30 years is not easy. The baby is doing well, according to Healer Lu. No complications so far. We should be ready to depart within a few days. I've inquired about joining a merchant caravan heading in that direction, but safe passage with proper protection is expensive. Still, we'll manage somehow, perhaps by splitting the journey into smaller legs with stops in friendly villages along the way. Don't worry about us, son. We've made many journeys in our younger days. This old tailor still remembers how to travel safely, and your mother's warning glare still works wonders for keeping bandits at bay. We look forward to being closer to you. Perhaps then we might see you more than once or twice a year. With love and pride, your father. I rolled the scroll carefully and sat back, staring out the window at the distant mountain peaks. They had actually decided to do it, to leave their ancestral home and move closer to the sect. All because I'd suggested it would be safer for them and would allow me to visit more often. The weight of that trust settled over me. These people were uprooting their entire lives based on my recommendation. The least I could do was ensure their safe passage to their new home. Master, if I may. Azure's voice broke into my thoughts. This is good news, is it not? Your parents will be safer away from Floating Reed Village, especially after the events with Kujun. It is good news, I agreed silently. Now I need to arrange for their safe transport. The roads between here and Floating Reed Village aren't always secure, especially for merchants carrying their livelihood. I gathered the scrolls and thanked the attendant before heading back outside. My next stop was clear, the mission hall, where disciples could take or post tasks for contribution points or other compensation. The mission hall was considerably more crowded than the message pavilion. Disciples of various ranks clustered around bulletin boards while mission assessors sat at elevated desks, reviewing applications and recording assignments. The air buzzed with conversation as cultivators discussed potential tasks, negotiated teams, or complained about mission rewards. I approached one of the less busy assessors, a stern-looking middle-aged woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her desk placard identified her as Senior Disciple Zhang Jing, Outer Mission Coordinator. "How may I assist you, Disciple?" she asked without looking up from the scroll she was marking. "I'd like to post a mission request," I explained. "I need experienced cultivators to escort 2 mortals safely from Floating Reed Village to 3 Rivers Village." That caught her attention. She set down her brush and gave me a more evaluating look. "Family members?" I nodded. "My parents. They're relocating to be closer to the sect." "I see." She pulled out a blank mission scroll. "What level of protection are you requesting?" "Qi condensation stage 8 or above," I replied. While I would have preferred stronger cultivators, I couldn't afford the rates for Elemental Realm disciples. "And the compensation?" she asked, brush poised. 1,000 spirit stones per team member," I said. It was a sizable amount, but my parents' safety was worth it. She raised an eyebrow slightly but made no comment as she began filling out the form. "Estimated departure time?" "As soon as possible," I replied. "Within the next 3 days, ideally." She nodded and continued writing. I was about to provide additional details when a large hand clamped down on my shoulder. My body instantly went rigid, muscles coiling like springs as combat instincts kicked in. The last time someone had grabbed me from behind like this was during tournament signups. A stage 6 Qi condensation cultivator trying to intimidate the village bumpkin into withdrawing. That particular interaction had ended with the would-be intimidator being sent to the medicine pavilion before facing disciplinary action. It seems I couldn't even submit a simple mission request without trouble finding me, and while I would rather not get into another altercation, I had to defend myself. I spun around, my free hand already moving into the opening position of Phantom Strike, ready to cave in someone's chest if necessary. But instead of another arrogant disciple looking for trouble, I found myself face to face with Lu Chang's broad smile. "Ku-in, I thought that was you," he boomed, his voice carrying through the hall. I relaxed, returning his smile and letting the gathered qi dissipate harmlessly. "Lu Chang. Suyu." I nodded to the flame cultivator who stood just behind him. "What brings you here?" Lu Chang held up a mission scroll. "Just picked up a little task. Some troublesome spirit beasts harassing merchants along the northern road." He shrugged as if it were nothing more significant than sweeping a courtyard. "Standard work for us." "Another mission already?" I asked, surprised. "We just got back." They both laughed, though I detected a hint of resignation beneath Su Yu's amusement. "That's the life of a cultivator without a wealthy family backing them," she explained. "Mission after mission, just to afford cultivation resources." I nodded, understanding their situation better now. While certain privileged disciples who received regular stipends from influential clans, most cultivators at Azure Peak had to earn their keep through missions, teaching, or other services to the sect. And unlike me, cultivators at our level couldn't generate resources from their inner worlds. That ability typically developed at the life realm or higher. "What about you?" Lu Chang asked, gesturing to the mission scroll. Senior Disciple Zhang was still filling out. "Taking on something new already?" "Actually, I'm posting a mission," I explained. "My parents have decided to move closer to the sect. They're ready to leave Floating Reed Village, and I need reliable escorts to ensure they arrive safely." Lu Chang and Suyu exchanged a quick glance that spoke volumes. The kind of silent communication that comes from not only years of working together, but something deeper. "Where are they headed?" Suyu asked. 3 Rivers Village," I replied. "It's about 2 days' journey from Floating Reed." Lu Chang finished, nodding. "And our mission takes us just north of there." He turned to Suyu. "What do you think? A small detour on the way back?" Suyu smiled. "I was thinking the same thing." I caught their meaning immediately. "Wait, you don't have to." "We'll escort your parents," Lu Chang stated matter-of-factly, as if it were already decided. "No need to post a mission." I shook my head. "I appreciate the offer, truly, but you've already done so much for me. The herb mission nearly got us all killed by elemental and stellar realm cultivators, and you didn't even get a share of the reward. We did it for a friend then, and we're doing it for a friend now, Lu Chang replied firmly. Besides, Suyu added, we're going to be in the area anyway. Our mission is to clear out some dark thorn wolves that have been attacking merchant caravans along the northern trade road. Floating Reed Village is barely a day's detour from our return route. I hesitated, weighing their offer against my conscience. On one hand, having Lu Chang and Suyu escort my parents would be ideal. They were powerful, trustworthy, and already familiar to my parents from the Beast Wave mission. On the other hand, I disliked the idea of taking advantage of their friendship. Are you sure? I asked finally. It would mean extending your mission time. Absolutely sure, Lu Chang replied firmly. We'll bring your parents safely to Three Rivers Village. I give you my word. I turned to senior disciple Zhang. I'm sorry. It seems I won't need to post that mission after all. She nodded, setting the half-completed scroll aside with a slightly annoyed expression. I ignored her annoyance. I'll still pay you the mission rate when you return, I told my friends. 1,000 spirit stones each. It's what I would have paid through official channels anyway. They both began to protest, but I held up a hand. It's not negotiable. Consider it a down payment on future favors I'll inevitably need from two powerful cultivators. Lu Chang laughed at that. Put that way, it sounds like we're getting the better end of the deal. He extended his hand, and we clasped forearms in the traditional manner of sect brothers. We'll keep your parents safe, Kuin. You have my word. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. When do you leave? I asked. In a few hours, Suyu replied. We should reach Floating Reed Village in about 4 days, depending on how quickly we deal with the Dark Thorn Wolves. Then you'll probably return with my parents just before the tournament begins. I calculated aloud. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Perhaps they'd like to watch you compete? Many disciples invite their families to observe the tournament. It's quite the spectacle. The thought hadn't occurred to me. I hadn't considered that. You should, Suyu encouraged. It would mean a lot to them, I'm sure. We wrapped up our conversation, with Lu Chang promising to send word once they reached Floating Reed Village. After providing them with a letter from my parents confirming the arrangement, we parted ways, them to prepare for their mission, and me to compose a proper response to my father's message. Finding a quiet corner in one of the sect's meditation gardens, I carefully wrote, Dear Father and Mother, I was overjoyed to receive your letter. The news that you've decided to relocate to Three Rivers Village brings me great happiness, and I've already arranged for your safe transport. My friends Lu Chang and Suyu, the cultivators who fought alongside me during the Beast Wave, will be passing near Floating Reed Village on a mission. They have graciously offered to escort you to your new home. You can trust them completely. They are among the strongest and most honorable disciples I know at Azure Peak. They should arrive within a few days of this letter. Please be ready to depart when they arrive, as they may need to move quickly. Pack only what is essential. Your safety is more important than possessions. I look forward to seeing you once you're settled in Three Rivers Village. The sect tournament will be starting soon after your arrival. Perhaps, if you wish, you could attend? Many families come to watch their children compete. Give my love to the little one growing inside mother. Tell him or her that their older brother is working hard to make them proud. With deepest affection, your son, Ian. I read over the letter twice, sealed it with a small application of qi, and returned to the message pavilion to arrange for its delivery. The sect maintained a network of swift-footed messenger disciples who could cover great distances in remarkably short time. For an additional fee of 10 spirit stones, I ensured my letter would reach Floating Reed Village by the following evening, well ahead of Lu Chang and Suyu. As I walked back toward my quarters, my mind turned to the upcoming tournament. The revelation about Wu Kongming and his new friend Luo Yichen had complicated my expectations significantly. I had been confident in my ability to secure at least a respectable showing, perhaps even reaching the finals. Now, with 2 9th-stage cultivators potentially in my path, the challenge seemed far more daunting. And if my parents attended, what would they think watching me battle other disciples? Most tournament matches didn't end in death, but serious injuries were common. How would my mother react, seeing her son either inflict or receive such wounds? Mortals often struggled to understand the cultivator's path, the necessity of combat, the different relationship we had with physical pain and injury. What seemed brutal or even horrifying to them was simply part of the cultivation journey to us. I didn't want my parents looking at me with fear or revulsion, seeing me as some kind of monster rather than their son. "You're borrowing trouble again," Azure observed. "Your parents raised a cultivator son. They understand more than you give them credit for." "Perhaps," I conceded, kicking another small stone along the path. "But understanding in theory is different from watching it happen before your eyes." "True," Azure agreed. "But consider this, they're proud of you. Seeing you compete might actually help them better understand the world you inhabit now." I mulled over his words as I approached my quarters. The small courtyard I shared with 3 other outer disciples was mercifully empty, everyone likely at dinner or training. I welcomed the solitude as I entered my room and settled onto my meditation mat. The sun had nearly set, painting the sky in deepening shades of purple and orange. Soon I would need to light the spirit lamp, but for now, I enjoyed the fading natural light as I tried to organize my thoughts. My parents were moving closer, that was good. They would be safer away from floating Reed Village, especially after what happened with Kujun Luchong, and so you would ensure they arrived safely. Also good. But now I had to consider whether to actively encourage them to attend the tournament, knowing they might witness violence they weren't prepared for. Perhaps I should focus on my preparations first, I thought. Whether they attend or not, I need to be ready. "Speaking of preparations," Azure said, breaking into my reverie. "The technique is ready." I straightened, instantly alert. "The root traversal modification? You've completed it?" "Yes," Azure confirmed, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "I've integrated elements from similar techniques we encountered in the Starhaven realm, particularly the quick seed transit method. The fundamentals of root traversal are solid, but with our adjustments, you should be able to teleport to any plant matter containing your chi signature, not just natural root systems." "That's perfect," I said, already visualizing the applications. In forest terrain, I'd have nearly unlimited mobility. Even in barren areas, I could scatter seeds during battle, creating my own network of teleportation points. "Precisely," Azure agreed. "And with your World Tree Sutra as a foundation, the energy requirements will be significantly lower than for other cultivators using similar techniques." I rose to my feet, unable to contain my excitement. "Let's test it." "Now?" Azure asked, though I could tell he was just as eager as I was. "It's getting dark." "All the better," I replied, moving toward the door. "Fewer disciples to observe us. Besides, a movement technique that only works in optimal conditions isn't much use, is it?" As I stepped back into the courtyard, now cast in deepening shadows, I felt a surge of anticipation. The tournament was approaching rapidly. Wukong Ming had apparently gained a powerful ally, and my parents were about to enter my life in a more permanent way than I had ever anticipated. But right now, none of that mattered. Right now, there was only the technique, the challenge, and the chance to grow stronger. "Let's begin," I whispered, sending a pulse of chi into a small seed in my palm before flicking it into the darkness. The seed sailed through the darkness, a tiny speck against the deepening twilight. I felt it land somewhere near the corner of the courtyard, its presence registering in my spiritual sense like a faint beacon. "Ready?" Azure asked. I nodded, drawing the modified root traversal technique's energy patterns through my meridians. The knowledge Azure had refined flowed through me. Diagrams of energy channels, visualization methods, and spiritual resonance patterns all coalescing into a cohesive whole. "Remember, focus on the connection between your chi and the seed," Azure instructed. "Visualize the pathway, not the destination." I closed my eyes, extending my spiritual sense toward the seed. There it was, a tiny pulse of life energy, now infused with my chi signature. According to the original technique, I needed to establish a resonance between myself and the root network beneath my feet, then extend that resonance to connect with the target location. But with Azure's modifications, I could bypass the natural root system entirely, using any plant material containing my chi as an anchor point. Drawing in a deep breath, I gathered my chi, visualizing a green thread extending from my core to the distant seed. The moment the connection solidified in my mind, I activated the technique. The world blurred. My body seemed to dissolve into countless particles of green light, streaming along an invisible pathway. For a heartbeat, I existed as pure chi, flowing through the connection I'd established. Then reality snapped back into focus, and I found myself standing at the courtyard's corner, the seed at my feet. It worked, I exclaimed, unable to contain my excitement. Indeed, Azure replied, a note of satisfaction in his voice, and with minimal energy expenditure as expected. How did it feel? I considered the question, analyzing the sensations. Different from the blink step rune. Smoother somehow. Less like being yanked through space and more like flowing into a new position. The blink step rune granted high-speed movement that many mistook for teleportation, but this was true spatial transference. The similarity to the legendary Hiraishin no Jutsu technique from one of my favorite animes wasn't lost on me, though this was obviously a much shorter-ranged version. Still, the tactical applications were enormous. I retrieved the seed, rolling it between my fingers thoughtfully. Let's try for more distance. Over the next half hour, I practiced repeatedly, scattering seeds at increasing distances and teleporting between them. Each jump became smoother, the transition from material to energy and back again more seamless. By the 20th attempt, I could teleport to a seed 30 meters away with barely a thought, the technique becoming almost instinctive. The energy consumption is remarkably efficient, Azure observed as I completed another successful transition. Your World Tree Sutra provides an inherent compatibility that most wood cultivators wouldn't enjoy. I nodded, already thinking of battle applications. In a forest environment, I'd have nearly unlimited mobility. No need to even plant seeds. I could just infuse the existing trees with my chi. Why limit yourself to seeds and trees? Azure suggested. Any plant matter should work. Grass, flowers, even fallen leaves. I glanced around the small courtyard, suddenly feeling confined. We need a larger testing ground. Somewhere with diverse vegetation. The Verdant Pools training area would be suitable, Azure suggested. It's primarily used for water-based cultivation, but the surroundings include several hectares of managed forest. Perfect, I replied, heading off in that direction. It should be relatively empty at this hour. The Verdant Pools area lay at the eastern edge of the sect, a series of natural springs enhanced by formation arrays to concentrate spiritual energy. As predicted, the area was empty, the training platforms standing silent under the rising moon. Beyond the pools stretched several hectares of managed forest, carefully curated to include a diverse range of plant species. Some were ordinary trees and shrubs, while others glowed faintly with accumulated spiritual energy. Exactly what we need, I murmured, approaching the forest's edge. I began simply, infusing my chi into nearby trees through direct contact, then teleporting between them. The process was smooth, almost effortless, but it wouldn't be of much benefit during battle. Now for the real test, I said after mastering the basics. Infusing chi from a distance. Most cultivators could project minimal amounts of chi beyond their bodies, but the practice was typically inefficient, losing potency rapidly with distance. Without specialized techniques, remotely infusing objects with chi was rarely useful for offensive purposes. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. You'll need to extend your spiritual sense first, Azure instructed. Establish a clear perception of the target before attempting to project your chi. I nodded, settling into a meditative stance at the forest's edge. Closing my eyes, I extended my spiritual sense outward in a slowly expanding sphere. Trees, shrubs, flowers, and grass all registered in my awareness, each with its unique spiritual signature, a tapestry of interwoven life energy. Focusing on a tree about 15 meters away, I carefully channeled qi along the pathway created by my spiritual sense. It was like trying to pour water through an impossibly thin straw. The slightest disruption in concentration caused the qi to dissipate into the surrounding air. Steady, Azure encouraged. The World Tree Sutra gives you an affinity for plant-based techniques. Use that natural harmony. Taking his advice, I shifted my approach, visualizing my qi as a drop of rain falling into soil, natural and welcome rather than forced. The change in perspective made all the difference. My qi flowed smoothly along my spiritual sense, sinking into the distant tree with minimal resistance. I did it! The connection wasn't strong, just a faint trace of my qi signature embedded in the tree's spiritual matrix. But it was there. Now test the teleportation, Azure prompted. Focusing on that tenuous connection, I activated the modified route traversal technique. The world blurred, and suddenly I was standing beside the tree, my hand resting against its trunk. It works, I breathed. Even with minimal qi infusion, it still works. But I immediately recognized the critical combat implications, the prep time. 3 seconds, no, even half a second, would be far too long in real battle. No opponent would conveniently pause while I established connection points. Combat was lightning-fast reactions and split-second decisions where hesitation meant death. This needs to be instantaneous, I muttered, stepping away from the tree. If I have to consciously focus for even a moment, the technique becomes useless when facing even a stage 7 cultivator. Indeed, Azure agreed. The gap between thought and action must be virtually non-existent. I concentrated, attempting to streamline the process. Cultivators all use qi for their spiritual sense. It's how we perceive the world beyond our physical senses. But typically, this sensing qi is carefully controlled to avoid leaving traces. It's designed to gather information without interacting with what it touches. What if I deliberately modified this fundamental technique? Instead of the two-step process of first sensing and then separately infusing my qi, what if I altered the structure of my spiritual sense itself? If I could reformat my sensing qi to leave microscopic traces of my signature as it naturally swept across the environment. Azure, is it possible to modify spiritual sense qi to simultaneously perform both functions? I asked, the idea crystallizing. Not just sensing, but also embedding tiny fragments of my signature wherever it touches plant matter? Interesting approach, Azure replied thoughtfully. Conventional cultivation wisdom recommends against it due to qi inefficiency, but your World Tree Sutra creates unique compatibility with plant life. The energy loss might be minimal enough to make it viable. I reached for a nearby branch, focusing on the natural way my spiritual sense flowed. Then I carefully restructured the qi's pattern, adding a subtle echo that would remain behind after the initial sensing wave passed. Like footprints in wet sand, each pulse of my perception would leave behind a trace, invisible to others but recognizable to me. I expanded my awareness, this modified spiritual sense flowing outward like ripples in a pond, touching every leaf, branch, and blade of grass. And as it passed, each plant received an almost imperceptible imprint of my qi, not enough to be detected by opponents, but sufficient to serve as teleportation anchors. I focused on a flowering bush 20 meters away and the world blurred and I stood beside it. I checked my internal time sense, less than 1/10 of a second from perception to infusion. Impressive, Azure noted. You've almost merged 2 separate processes into one reflexive action. Excitement surged through me, but I immediately tempered it, forcing my breathing to remain steady. No time for premature celebration. 1/10 of a second might seem imperceptible to mortals, but to cultivators approaching the elemental realm, it might as well be an eternity. Wu Kongming's sword techniques could execute 3 strikes in that time span. Even Lu Chong could probably land a few devastating punches. I needed to push further, make the technique truly instantaneous, not just fast but immediate, like the difference between thought and action. Better, I muttered. But not good enough. Not yet. Azure nodded in agreement. For cultivators at the peak of qi condensation, 1/10 of a second is still a noticeable gap. It was time for more practice. A few hours later, I had managed to reduce the process to something approaching true instantaneity. At least it would appear so to cultivators at my realm. My spiritual sense would automatically leave microscopic chi traces on any vegetation it touched, creating a constantly updating network of potential teleportation points. The combat applications were staggering. While opponents remained locked in predictable movement patterns, I could instantly appear anywhere within my perception range, attacking from unexpected angles before vanishing again. The momentary disorientation when facing someone who could reposition faster than the eye could track would disrupt even the most disciplined fighter's rhythm. I think I'll call it vergering step, I decided as I made my way through the sect grounds. It fits the nature-based aspect better than just route traversal. An appropriate name, Azure agreed. As I made my way back through the sect grounds, I mentally reviewed everything I'd learned. The vergering step wasn't perfect. It required favorable environments to reach its full potential, but even relying on chi-infused seeds, it added a powerful new dimension to my combat capabilities. More importantly, it was a technique I could display openly during the tournament without revealing my rune abilities. My cultivation style would still seem unusual to observers, but not suspiciously so. Just another disciple with an affinity for plant-based techniques, leveraging that natural compatibility. By the time I reached my quarters, exhaustion had settled deep into my bones, a pleasant weariness from pushing my limits. The courtyard was completely silent, my fellow disciples either asleep or secluded in meditation. I fumbled with the door latch, looking forward to rest. Tomorrow would bring more training, but for now I needed sleep. I collapsed onto my sleeping mat, not bothering to change out of my training clothes. "Master," Azure called out, "there's something you should know before you rest." Something in his tone made me pause, sleep suddenly feeling very far away. "What is it?" "While you were training, I continued monitoring the blood statue in your inner world as I usually do." I sat up slowly, suddenly alert. "And it's showing signs of activity again. The statue, it seems to be waking up." The peaceful weariness that had been settling over me vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, prickling alertness. Sleep would have to wait. I stood at the edge of my inner world, staring at the blood-red statue that had nearly consumed me weeks before. The Genesis Seed's roots were already wrapped protectively around my ankles and waist, a precaution I wasn't taking lightly after our last encounter. My spiritual form shimmered slightly in the light of the dual suns rotating overhead, casting twin shadows that danced across the landscape. "You're sure about this?" I asked Azure, who materialized beside me. "As sure as one can be when dealing with remnants of a civilization realm cultivator," he replied with a wry smile. "The Genesis Seed will protect you if anything goes wrong." "Let's get this over with," I muttered, stepping closer. The statue remained as I'd last seen it, a life-sized representation of Kajun seated in meditation, crafted from what appeared to be solidified blood essence. Parts of it remained unformed, giving it an unfinished, almost skeletal appearance in places. Its eyes were closed, its expression peaceful in a way that seemed at odds with the violence of our last encounter. I steeled myself and channeled a small pulse of chi toward the statue, just enough to probe its response without triggering anything catastrophic. For a moment, like the previous times I channeled chi into it, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the statue's eyes opened. Blood-red irises fixed directly on me, and I tensed, ready to retreat at the first sign of that devouring portal. But this time, something was different. The eyes that met mine weren't mindless or hungry. They held clear, calculating intelligence. "Well," Azure murmured beside me, "that's new." The statue's form rippled slightly, and it rolled its shoulders as if testing its mobility. A look of mild frustration crossed its features as it realized it couldn't move from its seated position, anchored as it was to the ground by the Genesis Seed's roots. "It seems," the statue said in a voice that was unmistakably Kajun's, though softer and less commanding than I remembered, "you have constructed a secure prison for me." I maintained my distance, the Genesis Seed's roots tightening around me in response to my wariness. Kajun's gaze moved from me to examine the surroundings of my inner world. His expression shifted from annoyance to something approaching curiosity. Then respect. Fascinating, he murmured. This inner world. It isn't what I would expect from a chi condensation cultivator, or even an elemental realm for that matter. The structure, the stability, the sheer complexity, it's more akin to what one might find in a life realm cultivator's domain. His gaze moved upward, taking in the dual suns and the tiny stellar fragment orbiting between them. A slow smile spread across his face, sending a chill down my spine. So, it really is true, he said softly. You World Tree Sutra cultivators really are world walkers. My spiritual form stiffened, alarm bells ringing in my mind. This was my most closely guarded secret, well, aside from the fact that I wasn't originally from this cultivation world at all. And now, someone else had discovered it. Master, remain calm, Azure said. He has no way to transmit any of this information outside your inner world. Whatever knowledge he's gained is contained entirely within your domain. Kejun glanced toward Azure, his smile widening slightly. Your spirit companion is correct. I am, for all intents and purposes, completely isolated here. A prisoner in your inner world, cut off from everything but what exists within these boundaries. I wasn't convinced. A civilization realm cultivator wasn't someone to underestimate, even if this was just a fragment preserved in blood essence. Why should I trust anything you say? I asked bluntly. You tried to steal my body, and then when that failed, you attempted to suck me into some black hole and devour me. Your track record doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Kejun sighed, a surprisingly human gesture for something made of solidified blood. A fair assessment. I won't insult your intelligence by claiming pure intentions. He shifted slightly within his constraints. The main body did indeed want your vessel to return to life. As for the devouring incident, I hadn't truly awakened last time. What you encountered was merely the primal need to survive, to consume anything that might sustain this fractured existence. And that need has somehow disappeared? I asked skeptically. I find that hard to believe. It hasn't disappeared, Kejun admitted. But now that I've gained control over myself, I understand that some battles aren't worth fighting. Some victories would be ultimately hollow. I laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the spiritual atmosphere of my inner world. You actually expect me to believe you won't fight for your freedom? That a fragment of a civilization realm cultivator has simply accepted captivity? Kejun's expression grew solemn. You misunderstand my position. While I contain a significant portion of the blood essence, I am nothing compared to the main body. I possess echoes of his memories, fragments of his knowledge, but I lack the core of his being. It is the main body that I, mere blood essence, wish to free. That gave me pause. What do you mean by freeing the main body? Didn't the main body die during our battle? Kejun's eyes darkened, the blood-red irises seeming to deepen to the color of old wounds. Death would have been preferred to the main body's current fate. Which is? Pressed. Slavery, Kejun replied, his voice hollow. Bound in service to a creature that should not exist in our reality. My eyes widened. Who in this world would have the power and the sheer arrogance to enslave a former civilization realm cultivator? Before the main body was taken, Kejun continued. He sent his final memories to any avatars that shared his blood. A desperate act, but one that might yet serve a purpose. My eyes narrowed at this revelation. You're saying the main body could contact you despite you being contained within my inner world? Kejun laughed, though the sound held no humor. Don't worry, young descendant. It was a one-way communication, a final pulse of information before the binding was complete. The main body paid a considerable price for that transmission. Not that it mattered much, given what awaited him. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Before I could ask any more questions, Kejun opened his mouth and a stream of blood poured forth, but instead of splattering to the ground, it hung in the air, spreading and thinning until it formed a rectangular screen of crimson liquid suspended between us. See for yourself, Kejun said softly. The fate of your ancestor, and perhaps your own fate. The blood screen rippled, and then images began to form, playing out like a macabre film projected onto the crimson surface. I watched, transfixed, as the aftermath of our battle unfolded. The ruined shrine, the scattered evidence of a mortal combat. Deep furrows carved by those blood-red division lines, sections crystallized into jade, and patches melted to glass by intense flame. In the center of it all, a tiny speck of crimson emerged from a narrow crevice in the temple floor. The blood droplet, clearly a fragment of Kejun that had somehow survived our confrontation, struggled to rise, moving erratically through the air. Hours seemed to pass in moments as the blood fragment finally reached a secluded clearing miles from the shrine. There, it expanded rapidly, twisting and morphing until it took on a vaguely humanoid shape, a severely weakened version of Kejun. His semi-transparent form flickered between states of solidity, sometimes appearing almost physical, other times nothing more than a red outline filled with swirling mist. One of his arms was entirely missing, the stump leaking crimson essence that evaporated upon contact with the air. The sight of him struggling to maintain his form after our battle should have brought me satisfaction. Instead, I felt an unsettling premonition of what was to come. That premonition was realized moments later when 4 figures materialized around Kejun, positioned at cardinal points to form a perfect square. 3 of them radiated power at the later stages of chi condensation, but the 4th, a figure in robes of absolute black that seemed to absorb light rather than merely blocking it, exuded an aura that made even my spiritual form shiver. Stellar realm, and not merely at the threshold. But what truly caught my attention was one of the other 3 figures. A young man with proud features but hollow eyes. Li Yuan, the supposedly dead cultivator from the Flowing Stream sect whom I'd encountered twice. First when he attacked the way station, and later when I'd seen him mysteriously alive again. I'd known something was deeply wrong about his resurrection, but this, I watched in silence as Kejun attempted to escape, only to be violently repelled by an invisible barrier. The 4 cultivators had established a containment formation, with the masked figure serving as both participant and keystone. What followed was brief but brutal. Kejun fought with the desperation of a cornered beast, employing techniques that risked what remained of his existence. But it was futile. The masked figure subdued him with disturbing ease. Remarkable! The masked one's voice echoed from the blood screen. Even after being nearly destroyed by stellar realm energy, you still managed to put up such resistance. The civilization realm truly does produce fascinating specimens. The masked one made an elaborate gesture with his right hand, drawing complex symbols in the air. As the final sigil was completed, reality tore open beside him, forming a portal of absolute darkness ringed with what appeared to be shards of broken crystal. "You have the honor of joining my collection," the masked one informed Kejun, "the first expert of such a high caliber that I have managed to acquire. Your knowledge of ancient cultivation methods alone makes you an invaluable addition." Tendrils of darkness extended from the portal, wrapping around Kejun's kneeling form. The former civilization realm cultivator made one last, feeble attempt to resist, his remaining hand clawing at the ground as the tendrils dragged him toward the void. "You will regret this," Kejun managed, his voice barely audible. "My descendant will." "Yes, yes," the masked one interrupted. "The protagonist will avenge you, defeat me, save the world, and so forth. I've heard it all before." He leaned closer. "But between you and me, I've collected quite a few protagonists in my time. Your descendant will simply be one more for the shelf." With those words, the tendrils completed their work, pulling Kejun fully into the portal. The tear in reality sealed with a sound like breaking glass, leaving no trace of the ancient cultivator. With that, the blood screen dissolved, droplets falling to the ground and being absorbed by the roots of the Genesis seed. Silence hung heavy in my inner world as I processed what I'd just witnessed. The implications were staggering, terrifying, and somehow deeply personal all at once. "This," I finally managed, "this changes everything." "Indeed," Azure replied, his usual calm voice tinged with concern. "If what we've seen is true, We're facing an entity with powers beyond normal cultivation realms. I turned back to Kujun's blood statue, finding those blood-red eyes still fixed on me, watching my reaction carefully. The masked one referred to protagonists, I said slowly. He spoke as if this were all some kind of game to him. Because that is precisely how he perceives it, Kujun replied. In his twisted mind, this world, our reality, is nothing but a tale, and he fancies himself its reader, or perhaps its editor. I nodded outwardly, but inwardly my thoughts raced in a completely different direction. The strange mannerisms, the talk of protagonists and narratives, the collection of characters, it all pointed to one disturbing conclusion. He's not from this world. He's like me, transported here from somewhere else. Except he's lost his grip on what's real. He doesn't see people here as actual living beings with their own lives and souls. To him, we're just characters in some novel. And now, it seemed, I had caught his attention. I moved away from the center of my inner world, needing some space to process what I just witnessed in the blood statue's crimson projection. The ground beneath my spiritual form shifted subtly with each step, responding to my turbulent thoughts. The dual suns overhead cast overlapping shadows as I found a meditation plateau in the southwestern quadrant of my inner world. I settled into a cross-legged position, letting my gaze drift across the carefully constructed landscape of my inner domain. From here, I could see the 4 distinct quadrants: the mountain ranges to the northwest, the garden to the northeast, the empty southeastern platforms awaiting future projects, and the training fields of the southwest where I now sat. The masked one. What a troublesome development. Everything about him screamed antagonist, rather than any kind of protagonist archetype. The way he spoke about people as if they were characters in some novel, his bizarre collection of protagonists, and his apparent ability to bend reality itself, he was the type of enemy that appeared in the final act of a cultivation story, not a mere obstacle to overcome. But who said this had to be my problem? I wasn't about to think like some foolish, hot-headed young master who'd charge headlong into danger believing destiny would ensure his victory. That kind of thinking got people killed. No, my primary objective since arriving in this world had always been straightforward. Stay alive and improve my cultivation. Getting involved with a being powerful enough to enslave a civilization realm cultivator ran counter to both goals. It would be far better to let someone else handle this problem. Perhaps an elder at the life realm or above. Or maybe even one of these supposed protagonists the masked one had collected would eventually rebel against him. If they truly embodied the protagonist archetype, I could only see this ending badly for the masked one. Such was the nature of stories, after all. A cool breeze swept across the plateau, carrying with it the faint scent of the azure bellflowers I'd planted in the garden quadrant. The gentle rustling of leaves provided a calming backdrop to my racing thoughts. Soul arts. Just thinking about that discipline made me uncomfortable. In the hierarchy of despicable cultivation methods, there was only one discipline worse than blood arts, those who used soul arts in nefarious ways. Soul cultivation itself wasn't inherently evil, of course. Several prominent sects throughout the 5 continents specialized exclusively in soul techniques. The ethereal mist sect of the northern continent was particularly renowned for their soul cultivation methods that allowed practitioners to explore the boundaries between life and death without crossing them. The Star Divination Tower in the Western lands had developed soul techniques that enabled cultivators to glimpse possible futures. These were legitimate and respected paths. But distorting souls, enslaving others, bringing back the dead, these practices crossed the line from cultivation into abomination. They didn't merely bend the natural order. They shattered it completely. Such acts went against the very foundations of the heavens themselves. And going against the heavens wasn't merely some philosophical transgression. It was extremely dangerous in a very concrete, immediate sense. I didn't know much about it from personal experience, but I remembered clearly how even Kujun, a civilization realm cultivator, had hesitated during our battle when Heaven's mandate was mentioned. The fear in his eyes had been real and visceral. Whoever or whatever enforced Heaven's will was powerful enough to make even the mightiest cultivators think twice. Perhaps they were cultivators of unimaginable strength, Or perhaps they were something else entirely, conceptual enforcers of cosmic law or personified abstractions. Whatever the case, it would be best if the masked one attracted their attention instead of me. Let them deal with this reality-bending lunatic rather than risk my own neck in a confrontation I couldn't possibly win. The red sun in my inner world completed another rotation in its eternal dance with its blue counterpart. As its crimson light intensified over my meditation plateau, I came to a decision. I should inform Elder Chen Yong about this situation. Obviously, I couldn't reveal how I'd obtained this information. Explaining a blood statue made from the essence of a supposedly dead civilization realm ancestor would raise far too many questions, but I could lay out some breadcrumbs. I could mention Li Yuan being killed at the way station, only to mysteriously return and behave like a puppet. I could describe how I'd sensed someone hunting for life realm energy at the time. These hints should be enough for the Elder to launch an investigation without directly implicating me. Though ideally, Elder Chen Yong wouldn't investigate it himself. While he was undoubtedly powerful as a life realm expert, I wasn't certain how the masked one compared in strength or what underhanded tactics he might employ. It would be best if my master simply relayed the information to whoever these Heaven's Mandate enforcers were and let them handle it. After all, that's what they existed for, wasn't it? To deal with threats to the cosmic order so the rest of us could continue our cultivation in peace. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself this was the wisest course of action. Let those with the power and responsibility handle the masked one. I would focus on my own cultivation and stay as far from his notice as possible. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. But first, I needed to deal with the blood statue in my inner world. Rising from my meditation position, I made my way back to the center where Kejun's blood statue remained rooted in place by the Genesis seed. His blood-red eyes followed my approach. I stopped a safe distance away, studying the statue carefully. It was still seated in its meditative posture, restrained by the Genesis seed's roots that had wrapped around its limbs and torso. Despite its confined state, it radiated a quiet confidence that I found unsettling. "So," I said, breaking the silence, "I guess you want my help in freeing your main body?" The blood statue inclined its head slightly. "Yes. I'm just a chi condensation cultivator." I couldn't help but laugh. How could I possibly do anything against a powerful stellar realm cultivator? A slow smile spread across the statue's face, transforming its features into something almost predatory. "You're not just a regular chi condensation cultivator, are you?" I didn't respond, keeping my expression neutral. No point confirming what he already seemed to know. All World Tree Sutra cultivators have a fast cultivation speed. The blood statue continued, probably related to that world-walking ability of theirs. "So you expect me to challenge the masked one when I'm strong enough?" I asked, folding my arms across my chest. Kejun nodded, his crimson eyes never leaving mine. I shook my head firmly. "That's not how I do things. It's too dangerous." "Even if you don't seek out the masked one," Kejun said, his voice taking on a grave tone, "he will find you himself." The words landed like a stone in my stomach. I frowned, remembering how Kejun had mentioned that his descendant, me, would get revenge for him. "You might be right," I admitted reluctantly. "But why should I help free your main body when it wants my body for itself?" The blood statue shifted slightly within its restraints. "After the battle, the main body had decided to stay away from you," it explained. "It wasn't worth getting mixed in with a World Tree Sutra cultivator." I couldn't help but smile at the irony. And yet here you are, a fragment of that same main body, getting mixed in with me right now. "World Tree Sutra cultivators always make history," Kejun said, ignoring my comment. "Whether good or bad." His statement triggered a memory from our battle. "That reminds me," I said, leaning forward slightly. "During our fight, you made a comment about some problem with the World Tree Sutra. What did you mean?" The blood statue's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed unnaturally sharp for a human. "I'm only a fragment," it said with false regret. "If you want to know that, you'll have to ask the main body." Paused for effect. "Oh wait, The main body is enslaved. I ignored its attempt at obvious manipulation. What exactly can you offer me in return for my help, if you're only a fragment? Kujun's gaze swept around my inner world, taking in the carefully constructed landscape, the dual suns, and the spiritual plants in the garden quadrant. You must be struggling to break through, he observed, and you probably don't have access to the resources you need. His eyes returned to mine, glittering with a knowing light. I know of a place where you can get whatever you need. I recognized the ploy immediately. He was trying to tempt me with the celestial trade nexus. There exists a marketplace, he began, his voice taking on a reverent quality, hidden from all but the most powerful cultivators. A place where treasures beyond imagination can be bought and sold freely, without the restrictions of sex or clans. Spiritual herbs that bloom once in 1,000 years, artifacts forged in the primordial chaos, techniques lost to the ages. The celestial trade nexus, I interrupted, growing tired of his salesman routine. I already know about it. Kujun paused, his eyes widening slightly before he composed himself. But it's clear you haven't connected to it, he said after a moment. If you had, you wouldn't be. He glanced around my inner world again. Normal. No, I haven't connected to it, I admitted. The blood statue's smile returned, triumphant now. I have a method that can allow you to safely connect to it without going insane. That's what everyone seems to say, I replied dryly. And then they end up driven insane and locked away. Kujun's smile darkened, becoming something sinister. That's because most cultivators are afraid to play around with real cultivation. My eyes widened slightly as I understood his implication. Blood arts. He was suggesting I use blood arts to connect to the nexus. You could use me, this blood statue, to connect to the nexus, he explained, confirming my suspicion. It will protect you and your inner world spirit from suffering the adverse effects of connecting to the nexus prematurely. That sounds more like another possession attempt, I said flatly. Kujun shook his head. If I were to even have a chance of taking control of this inner world, I would need to subjugate this damn tree. He jerked his chin toward the Genesis seed. I don't have a chance at that. I remained skeptical but decided to hear him out. I don't want to be on Heaven's Mandate's hit list for using blood arts. The nexus hides the identity of those who enter it, Kujun clarified. Usually, others will only see a dark figure shrouded in shadows, and all they'll sense is cultivation stage. If you enter the nexus through this method, you would appear as a civilization realm blood arts cultivator. That doesn't sound reassuring, I muttered. Kujun leaned forward as much as his restraints would allow. Even if Heaven's Mandate were to find anything out, they will believe it is me who is doing this. They'll look for me, not you. A shadow passed over his features, which is actually dangerous for myself. Even though the main body is enslaved, it is better than what would happen if Heaven's Mandate were to find me. Inwardly, I was surprised by the depth of Kujun's fear of Heaven's Mandate. What could be worse than enslavement to the masked one? What exactly did Heaven's Mandate do to those who transgressed their laws? I don't think I wanted to find out. The danger is too much for me to risk catching their attention, I said, still reluctant. Kujun sensed my hesitation and decided to sweeten the deal. I'll provide what information and techniques I have, he offered. Do you understand how valuable a civilization realm cultivator's knowledge is? Even from a fragment like myself. I considered his words carefully. It would indeed be beneficial to have access to such techniques, even if I never planned to use blood arts directly. Azure could analyze them, adding the knowledge to his database for future reference. I had two clear paths before me. The first option was simple. Ignore the blood statue completely. Let it remain as an idle curiosity in my inner world, sealed by the Genesis seed's roots. This was the safest approach, requiring no interaction with blood arts or dangerous knowledge. I could focus on more traditional cultivation methods and forget about this unexpected visitor. The second option was more tempting, if riskier. Milk the blood statue for everything it was worth. It claimed to have knowledge of civilization realm techniques, insight into the celestial trade nexus, and information about the World Tree Sutra that I couldn't get elsewhere. While I couldn't trust this grandpa in the ring trope, especially one who had already tried to steal my body, the blood statue was confined within my inner world and didn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. I gazed at the blood statue, its crimson eyes watching me with ancient patience. A decision waited to be made, one that would irrevocably alter my cultivation path moving forward. The safe path, or the treacherous one rich with potential. Sometimes, being a cultivator meant making impossible choices. "All right," I said finally. "I agree to the deal." Inwardly, though, my plan was quite different from what I was presenting. There was still a long time before Kejun would expect me to directly confront the masked one. My real intention was to let others, preferably Heaven's Mandate, deal with that problem. If that were to happen, it was likely the main body would also be destroyed or subjected to whatever horror Heaven's Mandate could inflict on practitioners of forbidden arts. Whatever its fate, it would mean I wouldn't have to worry about my ancestor coming for my body again. I pushed down the twinge of guilt I felt at this deception. I didn't enjoy breaking my word, but while the blood statue might seem harmless now, I knew better than to trust it. If I acted like the naive protagonist putting my faith in the wise old senior, I'd end up devoured by it or the original. After all, in many Grandpa in the Ring scenarios, the ancient spirit eventually attempts to take over the protagonist's body. It typically ends badly for the grandpa because of the protagonist's plot armor, but I couldn't depend on such narrative convenience. I had to rely solely on my own wits and caution. If anyone was going to get the better of this partnership, I was determined it would be me. Still, I had to admit it felt like making a deal with the devil. But if there's one thing I'd learned since arriving in this world, it was that sometimes you needed to dance with demons to advance your cultivation. A smile spread across Kejun's face, his blood-red eyes gleaming with satisfaction. A wise choice, descendant. I wasn't about to let him get too comfortable. With a subtle gesture, I called to the Genesis seed. Its roots responded immediately, surging forward to completely envelop the blood statue, wrapping around its limbs and torso in a complex network of living restraints. I left only the head exposed, giving the impression of a man buried up to his neck in writhing wooden tendrils. Kejun raised a blood-colored eyebrow, the only part of his expression that could convey his displeasure. "Is this really necessary?" "Just taking precautions," I replied evenly. "I believe there's a saying about keeping friends close and enemies closer. Since you're still in the latter category, I'd prefer to err on the side of caution." The blood statue let out a dry chuckle. Had I not been on the receiving end of these precautions, I might have felt a hint of pride. Not all of my descendants are completely useless, it seems. I chose to ignore the backhanded compliment. Despite having already learned about the universal coordinates and ethereal link technique from Astralise, I decided to test the blood statue's sincerity and knowledge. "So, how exactly does one connect to this celestial trade nexus?" I asked, assuming an expression of ignorant curiosity. Kejun's eyes narrowed slightly, perhaps wondering if I was testing him. After a moment's consideration, he began explaining. "The nexus exists at a fixed point in the multidimensional space between realms. To access it, you need two things, the universal coordinates and the ethereal link technique." To my surprise and mild relief, he actually transmitted both to me, the knowledge flowing from his consciousness to mine in a stream of impressions and technical details. The coordinates appeared in my mind as a complex geometric pattern, a multidimensional address that couldn't be described in simple spatial terms. The ethereal link technique followed, a sophisticated method for projecting one's consciousness safely across realms. I carefully compared this information to what Astralise had reluctantly shared. They matched perfectly. There were no subtle differences, no hidden traps or modifications that might give the blood statue control over the connection. If Kejun was trying to steal my body or subjugate my consciousness, he was playing a much longer game than I had anticipated. "What's next?" I asked, maintaining my mask of ignorance. Kejun's expression shifted to that of a patient teacher. "Next, we delve into the basics of blood cultivation, as you'll need it to establish a connection through me." He paused, perhaps gauging my reaction. There are several different types of blood cultivators. The most powerful are those who use all available sources, their own blood, the blood of enemies, spiritual beasts, demons, even innocent mortals if necessary. His tone was disturbingly matter-of-fact, as if discussing different types of tea rather than techniques that violated fundamental moral and cosmological principles. Then there are those who never use their own blood, he continued. They exclusively rely on the blood of others, such as cultivators, beasts, and mortals. This approach is considered cleaner in certain respects. If the first method is more powerful and convenient, why would anyone choose the second? I asked, genuinely curious despite my distaste for the subject. Kujun's smile thinned. Using your own blood for cultivation distorts its essence. The more distorted your blood essence becomes, the easier it is for Heaven's mandate to detect and hunt you down. Some blood cultivators have managed to evade detection for centuries by never using their own essence, thus maintaining a certain purity that makes them difficult to distinguish from conventional cultivators. The mere thought of being hunted down by Heaven's mandate sent a chill down my spine. Then there is absolutely no way I'm using blood cultivation, I stated firmly, my voice harder than I intended. I have no interest in being hunted by Heaven's mandate. Such caution is commendable, descendant, but perhaps excessive in this particular case. Kujun's crimson eyes gleamed with amusement. Most cultivators dabble in some form of blood arts throughout their journey, whether they recognize it as such or not. The chances of being discovered are minimal. His gaze fixed on mine. Even in the extremely unlikely event that Heaven's mandate detected your activities, they would almost certainly turn a blind eye to using demonic blood for such a limited purpose, provided you don't fully commit to the blood cultivation path. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I narrowed my eyes. And why would they make that exception? Because you're a world walker, he replied simply. The World Tree Sutra cultivators and other world walkers exist in a special category. Heaven's mandate tends to overlook certain transgressions when it comes to your kind. That makes no sense, I said, genuinely confused. Heaven's mandate enforces cosmic laws. Why would they ignore violations just because of my cultivation method? Kujun's expression grew thoughtful, almost philosophical. One of Heaven's mandate's primary goals is the continued development of the cultivation world. World walkers like you serve that purpose admirably whether you want to or not. You bring energies, treasures, and resources from other worlds, enriching this one. You accelerate cultivation progress in ways that would take millennia to occur naturally. I considered his words carefully. It sounded plausible but also self-serving. So, Heaven's mandate only cares about what ultimately benefits the cultivation world? Precisely, Kujun nodded. Think of it as a cosmic cost-benefit analysis. The minor violation of using demonic blood for a specific ritual is outweighed by the potential contributions a World Tree Sutra cultivator might make after visiting another world. Something about this explanation bothered me. It almost sounds like... I hesitated, then voiced the unsettling thought. Like the development of inner worlds. Is the cultivation world itself just some powerful being's inner world? Kujun's blood-red eyes widened slightly. Then he laughed. Perhaps it is. No one knows for certain. Many great sages have contemplated the same question. If we are within some cosmic entity's inner world, then no cultivator has ever seen this inner world spirit or creator. Not even those who have ascended beyond the known realms. The implications were staggering. I had entered the Starhaven realm and experienced firsthand what it meant to exist within someone else's inner world. I had walked among people like Han Rennie who lived entire lives, formed families, built societies, all within what was effectively the spiritual garden of the celestial sovereign. To them, their world was everything until I revealed the truth. Was our reality any different? Did some unfathomable being look upon our 5 continents? Were all our struggles for power, our breakthrough revelations, our grand sects merely amusing developments within a greater consciousness? Perhaps our understanding of cultivation itself, the growth of inner worlds, was simply us unconsciously mirroring the very process that created us. That's disturbing, I admitted, feeling a strange vertigo at the thought. It would mean everything we understand about reality is fundamentally incomplete. Regardless of cosmic philosophy, the practical reality remains, Kujun continued. You need demonic blood of your current cultivation realm, specifically, a Qi condensation stage 8 demonic beast or cultivator, to establish a connection to the nexus through me. I frowned deeply. This wasn't just complicated. It was dangerous. Leaving the sect to hunt demonic beasts was risky enough on its own, but demonic creatures at my cultivation level would be formidable opponents. Unlike spiritual beasts, which generally avoided human settlements and only attacked when threatened, demonic beasts actively hunted cultivators, drawn to their spiritual energy like moths to flame. Even if what you say about heaven's mandate is true, I said carefully, using demonic blood to access the nexus sounds like a perfect way to get banned from there instead. Kujun shook his head. For thousands of years, cultivators have tried to unravel the mysteries of the nexus. Some have been banned for various transgressions. But cultivators are nothing if not resourceful. A select few discovered ways to subjugate others and use them as mediums to enter the nexus under false identities, just as I'm suggesting you do with me. And the nexus allows this? I asked skeptically. It's unlikely they truly fooled the nexus spirit. More probably, the nexus simply doesn't care. It has only a few rules that must be strictly observed. He proceeded to list them. Don't cause direct harm to other traders. Don't attempt to damage or subvert the nexus itself. Don't try to trace others' coordinates. Beyond these fundamental restrictions, it maintains a strict policy of neutrality. How you access the nexus seems to be of little concern to it, as long as you conduct yourself properly once inside. After all, the nexus values commerce above all else. His explanation seemed plausible, but I wasn't ready to take the word of a blood statue that had already tried to possess me once. If what Kujun was saying had any truth to it, Elder Chen Yong might have heard something about these alternative methods of accessing the nexus. I didn't want to proceed without at least some verification. I'll think about it, I said finally. But for now, you should rest. Kujun laughed. For beings like me, sleep is a useless luxury. I exist in a state of perpetual. His words cut off abruptly as I traced a glowing symbol in the air between us. Drawing on my recently acquired knowledge of blue sun calligraphy, I wrote the character for sleep using a thin thread of blue sun energy. The symbol pulsed with azure light as it completed, then shot forward to land on Kujun's blood-red face. His eyes widened in disbelief as the symbol flared brightly against his crimson features. The light spread rapidly across his form, and within moments, the animation drained from his expression. The blood statue returned to its inert state, once again just a sculpted form of solidified blood essence. For good measure, I kept the Genesis seed's roots wrapped tightly around it. Impressive use of blue sun techniques, Azure commented. I didn't know you had progressed that far with calligraphy. I haven't, not really, I admitted. That was a basic symbol, and I channeled far more energy into it than a trained lightweaver would need. Inefficient but effective. The blood statue seems less powerful than its aura would suggest, Azure observed. For all its civilization realm presence, it didn't resist your technique at all. Indeed, I agreed. A small dog with a large bark. It has the aura of a civilization realm expert but lacks any real power to back it up. Inwardly, I considered how that intimidating aura might prove useful someday. If I ever needed to bluff my way through a dangerous situation, having what appeared to be a civilization realm expert backing me could make opponents think twice. But for now, it was best if the statue remained dormant. Even a weakened civilization realm expert was dangerous. I had much to consider before deciding whether to follow Kujun's suggested path. I've had enough of blood and bargains for one day. With a final glance at the restrained statue, I shifted my focus outward, gradually transferring my consciousness back to my physical body. I opened my eyes to find myself still seated on my sleeping mat, the room dark around me. The soft silver light of the moon cast faint shadows through my window. How long was I gone? I asked, Just under 15 minutes, Azure replied softly. It's well past midnight now. I nodded, stretching my shoulders to release the tension that had built up. The conversation with Kajun had been mentally exhausting, even if my body had remained still. We'll need to visit Elder Chun Yong tomorrow, I murmured, settling back down onto my sleeping mat. I want to verify what Kajun told us about alternative methods of accessing the Nexus without revealing anything about our guest. The Elder might have heard something about these practices without being directly involved in them, Azure agreed. But we should be careful how we phrase our questions. I'll also need to make a trip to the sect library, I added, pulling my thin blanket up. There must be some records about blood cultivation and Heaven's Mandate, historical accounts, perhaps, or cautionary tales. Anything that might give us a clearer picture of what we're potentially getting into. Despite my exhaustion, my mind continued to race with possibilities. If Kajun was telling the truth, the Celestial Trade Nexus might be within my reach much sooner than I had anticipated. The resources there could accelerate my cultivation significantly, perhaps even help me break through to the elemental realm before the tournament. But the risks, hunting demonic beasts and dabbling in blood arts, couldn't be dismissed lightly. The more knowledge I could gather about both Heaven's Mandate and blood cultivation before taking any action, the safer I would be. I walked the winding path to Elder Chinyong's residence, my mind still sorting through everything I'd learned at the sect library. The morning had been productive, if unsettling. I'd spent hours poring through ancient texts, obscure references, and cautionary tales about blood arts and Heaven's Mandate. And surprisingly, much of what Kajun had told me appeared to be true. Blood arts were forbidden primarily because they distorted the natural order. All cultivation methods affected the world in some way that was unavoidable. The manipulation of qi, the refinement of spiritual energy, the creation of inner worlds, all of these processes left subtle marks on reality. But blood arts went further, twisting the fundamental essence of life itself. Blood wasn't just a physical substance. It was a carrier of life force, spiritual energy, and karmic connections. When cultivators manipulated blood essence, especially through forbidden methods, they weren't just bending reality, they were tearing at its fabric. It's like the difference between diverting a river and poisoning it, I murmured aloud, recalling a passage from one of the ancient texts. Regular cultivation redirects energy. Blood arts corrupt it. The text had described how extensive blood cultivation could create dead zones, where spiritual energy became tainted and unusable. These areas would gradually spread if left unchecked, like a disease infecting the world itself. In the most extreme cases recorded, entire valleys had become uninhabitable, with plants withering, animals fleeing, and even non-cultivators experiencing nausea, headaches, or worse simply by entering these corrupted regions. The description sent a chill down my spine as I recalled my own experience at the shrine in Floating Reed Village. Before Kajun's resurrection, the valley had been exactly like those ancient accounts, completely drained of life, as if some malevolent force had consumed every spark of vitality from the land itself. Which was exactly why Heaven's Mandate took blood cultivation so seriously. It wasn't merely about enforcing arbitrary rules, it was about preserving the very foundation upon which all cultivation was built. However, I'd also discovered interesting nuances that confirmed another of Kajun's claims. Many common cultivation practices technically involved blood in ways that weren't classified as forbidden blood arts. The distinction seemed to lie in how the blood was used and whether it was distorted in the process. For example, some alchemists incorporated tiny amounts of the cultivator's blood into pill concoction to enhance efficacy. This practice was considered perfectly acceptable. The Iron Vein sword path required disciples to temper their weapons with a drop of blood to establish a spiritual connection. This was also deemed conventional. Even some healing techniques involved blood manipulation for accelerated recovery. And then there were combat applications, often used by desperate cultivators seeking a temporary advantage. These techniques typically involved burning one's own blood essence for a rapid power boost in dire situations. While such methods frequently resulted in meridian damage or even cultivation regression for the user, Heaven's mandate permitted them because they only harmed the practitioner without corrupting the fundamental nature of blood essence itself. Unlike true blood arts that twisted and distorted blood's inherent properties, these self-sacrificial techniques merely consumed it, foolish perhaps, but not forbidden. What set true blood arts apart was the intent to fundamentally alter blood essence, whether one's own or another's, permanently changing its nature for power. This corruption created a distinctive spiritual signature that Heaven's mandate could detect, the distortion Kujun had mentioned. It seems he was right about the minor uses, I admitted to Azure as we passed the herb gardens. Though the line between acceptable blood usage and forbidden blood arts is surprisingly thin in practice. Which is why it's so dangerous, Azure cautioned. One misstep and you're on Heaven's mandate's list. Speaking of Heaven's mandate, my research had revealed fascinating details about the mysterious organization. Unlike traditional sects with sprawling mountain complexes or hidden valleys, Heaven's mandate was quite literally positioned above the cultivation world. Their headquarters, if such a mundane term could apply, floated high above the central continent, a magnificent floating island complex visible only to those with sufficient spiritual sense. The most intriguing aspect was how Heaven's mandate selected its members. According to the texts, there existed a position called the Heaven's Voice, an individual who served as a direct conduit for Heaven's will itself. This person, whose identity changed periodically, received divine guidance about threats to the world's balance and potential recruits for the organization. I couldn't help but wonder if this Heaven's Voice was truly as autonomous as the text suggested. My experiences in the Two Suns world made me wary. Was this another situation like the Saint of the Blue Sun Academy? If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. In that world, the saint appeared to be a holy conduit of divine will, but was actually being manipulated and controlled by malevolent cosmic forces. The Blue Sun wasn't a benevolent guide, but a puppeteer using the saint to advance its own agenda. I hoped the Heaven's Voice position wasn't similarly compromised, with some entity using the representative as a pawn while masquerading as Heaven's Will. As for the members themselves, they came from wildly diverse backgrounds. While all were exceptional talents, geniuses that made other geniuses look like fools, as one account colorfully put it, their pre-recruitment attitudes toward cosmic order varied dramatically. Some had been righteous sect disciples, others rogue cultivators, and a few had even walked demonic paths before being chosen. Whatever Heaven's mandate offered these individuals had apparently been substantial enough to secure their absolute loyalty. The texts hinted at glimpses of higher truths or access to cultivation beyond cultivation, whatever that meant. What I find most reassuring, I told Azure as we approached Elder Chen Yong's cottage, is that they don't seem interested in the day-to-day squabbles of the cultivation world. They only intervene when someone threatens the world's development. Which means you're probably safe as long as you don't try to create a blood wasteland, Azure replied dryly. What the archives hadn't contained was any significant mention of world walkers. I'd searched for such references when I first began cultivating the World Tree Sutra, finding only vague myths and legends. This absence wasn't surprising. Even my master, a life realm expert, seemed unaware that the World Tree Sutra enabled world walking. Among all the cultivators I'd encountered, only Kujun appeared to know for certain. I made a mental note to ask him about that particular knowledge gap during our next conversation. For now, though, it was time to seek answers from a more trustworthy source. As a cultivator at the Life Realm, Elder Chen Yong had many residences. This was my first visit to this particular cottage. It sat on a quiet hillside, partly obscured by ancient pines. Unlike the grand pavilions where most elders resided, my master preferred this simple dwelling with its small vegetable garden and modest wine cellar. The building itself was constructed from dark wood with blue-tiled eaves, and a thin wisp of smoke rose from its chimney, indicating he was home. I paused at the stone path leading to his door, taking a deep breath to organize my thoughts. I had several questions that needed careful framing. First, I wanted to verify whether cultivators truly could use others as mediums to access the celestial trade nexus without revealing my connection to the blood statue. Second, I was curious about additional uses for the moonlit dewflower beyond its standard application, especially given the city lord's desperate attempt to acquire it. Third, I needed to convince the elder that the masked one was a serious problem, one that required the involvement of heaven's mandate itself. I approached the simple door and knocked 3 times. A moment passed before Elder Chunyong's voice called out, "Enter." The door isn't locked. I pushed the door open to find my master seated at a low table, surrounded by scrolls and formation diagrams. A small teapot steamed beside him, filling the room with the fragrance of mountain herbs. He wore simple gray robes today, with his hair tied loosely at his nape, his usual appearance when not playing the role of a wine merchant or representing the sect officially. "Master," I bowed respectfully. "Sit." He gestured to the cushion across from him. "I've been expecting you." I settled into position, my spine straight but not rigid. "You have?" "Of course." He refilled his wine cup from the ceramic jug. "After our discussion with Madame Butterfly, it was only a matter of time before you'd have more questions." He reached for the teapot and a spare cup. "Tea? I find it helps clear the mind for serious discussions." "Thank you," I said as he poured the amber liquid into cup. Elder Chunyong lifted his wine cup and tilted his head back, taking a long drink that drained nearly half the contents in one go. He lowered the cup with a satisfied exhalation and fixed his slightly reddened eyes on me. "So, what burning questions have brought my disciple to my doorstep this early?" The wine cup dangled casually from his fingers as he waited for my response, his expression a mixture of curiosity and mild amusement. I sampled the tea, letting its complex blend of flavors roll across my tongue before speaking. I came across some interesting historical accounts suggesting that certain cultivators found ways to access the Nexus through alternative methods, specifically using others as mediums. The hint of amusement vanished from my master's face. He studied me intently, as if trying to peel back layers of intention behind my question. Finally, he released a deep sigh. "There are indeed such reports," he said, his voice lowering. "It's a frowned-upon method, primarily because the medium is typically a captured cultivator forced into service. The practitioner essentially hijacks another's spiritual sense or their inner world spirit to create a proxy connection." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral while inwardly confirming that Kujun's claims had been accurate once again. "I see. So, it's considered unethical, but not necessarily forbidden by heaven's mandate." "It falls into a gray area," Elder Chunyong explained, leaning back slightly. "The practice itself doesn't damage the world's foundation the way blood arts do, but it often involves coercion or worse. Any sect with a shred of righteousness would ban it, though I'm sure less scrupulous organizations turn a blind eye." I hesitated before asking my next question, carefully watching my master's expression. "Has anyone ever volunteered to be a medium, perhaps for mutual benefit?" Elder Chunyong looked at me strangely, his brows drawing together in a way that made the fine lines around his eyes deepen. "Volunteer?" He let out a short, sharp laugh. "Only someone either desperate or insane would volunteer their spiritual sense or inner world spirit for something like that. The process is intrusive in ways you couldn't imagine." "Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the historical accounts," I replied smoothly, taking another sip of tea to mask any telltale expressions. I didn't respond further, but inwardly I reflected that Kujun could easily be both desperate and insane. After all, he was only a fragment of a once powerful cultivator, seemingly willing to risk everything to free his main body from enslavement. What wouldn't a shattered piece of consciousness do to become whole again? "Thank you for clarifying, Master," I said, transitioning to my next question. "I also wanted to ask about the moonlit dewflower we recovered from Black Mist Valley." "Ah, yes." His expression lightened somewhat. "A fine achievement, by the way. Not many disciples at your level could have orchestrated such a successful mission." "Thank you, but I'm curious. Apart from its standard use in stabilizing breakthrough attempts, what makes it valuable enough for a city lord to risk his reputation by stealing from juniors?" Elder Chunyong's eyebrows rose slightly. I was wondering when you'd get around to asking me that. He set down his cup and leaned forward. The moonlit dew flower's spatial properties extend beyond simple stabilization. In the hands of one who knows how to use it, the flower can be used to locate and even break into others' inner worlds. I nearly choked on my tea. Break into inner worlds? Is that even possible at this stage? More possible than most cultivators would be comfortable knowing, he confirmed with a grim nod. You see, at lower cultivation stages, we enter our inner worlds as spiritual projections only. But it is said that upon reaching the civilization realm, cultivators gain the ability to anchor their inner world to the main world, essentially placing it down, like setting a precious vase on a table. He gestured around the room. This creates benefits and risks. The main benefit is stability. The main world can reinforce an inner world, accelerating its development and enhancing its functions. Some techniques require this connection to work properly. And the risks? I asked, genuinely fascinated by this new information. The primary risk is that once anchored, an inner world exists at a fixed spatial point within the main world. He pointed to various locations around us, a teacup, a bookshelf, the corner of the room. It could be anywhere, invisible to normal perception. But with the right techniques or treasures, like the moonlit dew flower, another cultivator could locate these subtle spatial disturbances and potentially force entry. Has this actually happened before? I wondered aloud. Indeed, it has. A mischievous look appeared in Elder Chun Yong's eyes. Have you ever heard of Han and Immortal Lu of the 100 Treasures? I shook my head. If there were any mention of it in the library, I hadn't come across it. Ah, it's a cautionary tale from about 5,000 years ago. He settled back, clearly enjoying the chance to share ancient cultivation lore. Immortal Lu was a civilization realm cultivator known for his collection of rare treasures, hence the title. He had anchored his inner world to better sustain his collection, which required specific spatial configurations only the main world could provide. Elder Qin Yong took another long drink before continuing. What Immortal Lu didn't know was that Han Chongfeng, a supposedly lesser stellar realm cultivator, had developed a method using the essence of a moonlit dew flower to infiltrate anchored inner worlds undetected. Han slipped into Immortal Lu's inner world during a period when Lu was away from his physical body, attending a grand conference of immortals. Didn't Lu notice the intrusion? I asked. That's the frightening part, my master said, his voice dropping lower. Lu returned to his body, even entered his inner world multiple times during the days that followed, and noticed nothing amiss. It wasn't until he went to retrieve 3 particular treasures, a sunset peach of longevity, the Crimson Emperor's seal, and a flask of 9 heavens dew, that he realized they were missing. But even if he didn't detect the intruder, wouldn't his inner world spirit have detected something? Elder Chun Yong laughed. Those who have the confidence to enter another's inner world know how to hide themselves from inner world spirits. Han had developed a technique to mask his presence from Lu's inner world spirit, making himself appear as nothing more than an inhabitant of the world. Interesting. A technique to hide from inner world spirits could be useful. The elder leaned closer, his wine cup tilting dangerously in his hand. The most disturbing aspect? By the time Lu realized what had happened, Han had already used those 3 treasures to break through to the life realm. When Lu confronted him years later, Han was powerful enough to fight him to a standstill, using treasures stolen from Lu's own collection against him. If someone could infiltrate a civilization realm cultivator's inner world without detection, what defenses could possibly be sufficient? Is there any protection against such intrusions? I asked. Several methods exist, though none are foolproof. The most reliable is simply not anchoring your inner world unnecessarily. He shrugged. Each additional layer of protection typically comes with its own costs and limitations. I nodded thoughtfully, sipping my tea while considering the parallels to my own situation. With the Genesis seed guarding my inner world, I had natural protections most cultivators lacked. Still, the story was a sobering reminder that even the mightiest cultivators had vulnerabilities. The tale of Immortal Lu made me reconsider the moonlit dew flower in an entirely new light. What I had thought was simply a stabilization herb was actually a coveted treasure capable of breaking through the most intimate barriers of a cultivator's existence. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Wait a moment. Something didn't add up. If the flower was truly so valuable, capable of infiltrating even a civilization realm cultivator's inner world. Master, I said, setting my teacup down with a bit more force than intended. If the moonlit dew flower possesses such extraordinary capabilities, why was my mission to retrieve it only worth 1,000 contribution points? That seems suspiciously low. Elder Chen-yong laughter filled the room. Ah, Ku-in. There you have exposed one of the cultivation world's oldest traditions, seniors taking advantage of juniors. His eyes twinkled with amusement. For most cultivators, especially at lower ranks, the flower is useful only for its standard application. They have no idea of its true potential. He took another sip of tea before continuing. Think about it, how many Qi condensation disciples win treasures from dangerous places like Black Mist Valley. Their elders simply take the treasures, offering some minor resources in exchange. The disciples, ignorant of what they've truly found, are usually grateful for the transaction. And these elders don't feel guilty about it? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Guilt, he chuckled. They consider it part of the natural order. Knowledge is power in our world, and those with knowledge profit from those without it. It's been happening since cultivation began. A thought occurred to me. Have other elders pressured you about my flower? Indeed they have, he admitted with a slight smile. But I handled it. I don't believe anyone is entitled to another's legitimate winnings. Not even seniors. Thank you, Master, I said sincerely. He waved it off. I was young once too, though it may shock you to hear it. Another question came to mind. If the flower is so useful, why aren't life realm cultivators and above fighting over it constantly? Because they have their own methods, Elder Chen-yong explained. Since the dawn of cultivation, practitioners have been trying to ransack each other's inner worlds. The moonlit dew flower, while easy to use, especially for those below life realm, is far from the most efficient method available to higher-level cultivators. I nodded, absorbing this information while deciding how to approach my final topic, the masked one. I couldn't reveal everything I knew, but I could plant the seed for intervention without implicating myself. Master, there's one more matter I wanted to discuss. Go on, he encouraged, refilling my cup. At the way station some time ago, I witnessed a young cultivator named Li Yuan from the Flowing Stream sect being killed by a young master. Elder Chen-yong nodded. Such incidents were quite normal, especially when young masters were involved. The strange part, I continued, is that weeks later, I saw the same Li Yuan, very much alive. He killed the young master who had ended his life, but he seemed different, almost like a puppet. I fear someone may be experimenting with forbidden soul techniques. My master's eyes narrowed. Did you notice anything else unusual? I shook my head. Only that his eyes seemed hollow and his movements mechanical. After reading about Heaven's mandate today, I wondered if this might be something they should know about. The elder was silent for a long moment, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Yes, he finally said. This does sound concerning. Soul manipulation is strictly prohibited for good reason. He shuddered visibly. I'd rather not get involved with someone foolish enough to meddle with souls. I'll send a report to Heaven's mandate, though whether they act on it or not is their business. They're a strange bunch. Strange how? I asked, curious about his personal impression. They exist somewhat outside the normal cultivation world, he explained. Their perspective is different. They see patterns and priorities invisible to the rest of us. I've only encountered one of their agents directly many years ago. The experience was unsettling. She knew things about me she couldn't possibly have known, spoke of threats I couldn't perceive. He shook his head as if dispelling an uncomfortable memory. But enough of that. Just remember what I showed you in the Formation Guild's prison, Ku-in. Power always comes with a price. Make sure whatever price you pay, You do so willingly and with full understanding. His words carried a weight that suggested he suspected I had ideas about accessing the Nexus. But like most true masters, he knew that certain lessons couldn't be taught, only learned through experience. I bowed deeply. I'll remember, Master. We spoke for a while longer about sect affairs and my upcoming training schedule before I took my leave. As I walked back through the sect grounds, now bustling with disciples finishing their afternoon practices, my thoughts turned to the moonlit dew flower in my storage ring. The moonlit dew flower's true value suddenly made perfect sense. The ability to locate and potentially breach inner worlds was an incredibly powerful and dangerous capability. I wondered what the Genesis seed would make of the flower. I'd placed it in my storage ring immediately after obtaining it, never giving the Genesis seed a chance to interact with it. Given the Genesis seed's apparent affinity for anything related to other worlds, including inner worlds, would it be able to absorb the flower's spatial properties? If I could sense the location of inner worlds, then when I became powerful enough— Master, you're getting distracted again. Azure's voice interrupted my thoughts. Focus on the immediate issue. I blinked, realizing he was right. I'd been allowing my thoughts to drift toward ambitious future plans when I should be concentrating on my immediate goal, breaking through to the 9th stage of chi condensation. Sorry, Azure, I replied silently. You're right. What we learned confirms Kajun wasn't lying about cultivators using mediums to access the Nexus. And it seems minor blood art usage won't immediately bring Heaven's mandate down on our heads. True, Azure conceded, but there's still significant risk involved. I paused at a viewpoint overlooking the Sex Valley, watching disciples move about the training fields far below. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the complex of buildings, giving everything a dreamlike quality. Nothing in cultivation comes without risk, I said finally. And here the benefits seem to outweigh the dangers. Kajun is graciously offering himself as a medium. Graciously, Azure repeated with audible skepticism. Let's not forget his previous attempts to take over your body. I haven't, I assured him. But even if I managed to break through to the 9th stage by painting flowers in my inner world, I'd still hit a bottleneck before reaching the elemental realm. Whether it's now or after the tournament, I simply need more resources than the sect can provide, or that I can find anywhere else for that matter. The Celestial Trade Nexus was my best hope. And while Kajun was only a fragment of a civilization realm cultivator, the techniques he possessed, even incomplete ones, should still be valuable enough to trade for breakthrough materials. Decision made, I continued walking back to my quarters. It was time to find some demonic blood, and I knew exactly where to look. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Blackfang Mountains as Wei Lin made his way deeper into their treacherous embrace. 5 days had passed since he and Lin Mei had left Azure Peak Sect, and while they'd established a comfortable routine at the small town nestled at the mountain's edge, Wei Lin's progress gathering demonic chi had been frustratingly slow. Each evening, he would return to their rented courtyard where Lin Mei had prepared purification formations and medicinal baths. He'd present his daily harvest, mostly spiritual essence from 4th or 5th stage demonic beasts, and she would meticulously process it, removing the corruptive elements before he integrated it into his inner marketplace. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Wei Lin paused on a rocky outcrop, pulling out a jade abacus from his storage ring. He slid several beads across their rods, calculating the remaining time against his progress. The tournament was now just 5 days away. Accounting for the journey back to Azure Peak Sect, he really only had 3 days, for at most if he pushed it dangerously close, to gather enough demonic chi for his 8th stall. At this rate, he muttered, sliding the abacus back into his storage ring, I'll be lucky to fill half the stall. The breeze carried the distant howl of some beast deeper in the mountains, causing Wei Lin to look up. The peaks ahead were shrouded in mist, their jagged outlines resembling teeth against the morning sky. Beyond the area he'd been hunting lay the true heart of the Blackfang Mountains. More dangerous? Yes, but also home to more powerful demonic beasts, including those at the 7th stage of chi condensation. Wei Lin's gaze drifted back toward the town where Lin Mei waited, concocting purification elixirs for his return. He had promised her he wouldn't venture deeper than the outer valleys. It had been their agreement, their compromise. But what good is keeping a promise if I return with nothing to show for it? He asked the empty air, his voice lost to the wind. What good is being cautious if I'm still too weak to make a difference? Decision made, Wei Lin adjusted the defensive formations woven into his travel robes and began climbing higher. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous as he ascended, not just from the steep inclines and loose rocks, but from the growing concentration of corrupted spiritual energy that permeated the air. Unlike the pure spiritual qi that circulated around Azure Peak sect, the energy here felt oily and invasive, seeming to cling to his skin and meridians like sticky dew. Regular cultivators would find it repulsive, possibly even harmful. But for Wei Lin's purposes, it was perfect. Within his inner world, his spiritual marketplace hummed with activity. The 7 stalls, fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, sound, and void, processed the ambient energies he absorbed with each breath, converting small portions of the corrupted qi into their respective elements. At the far edge of the central plaza, the embryonic 8th stall pulsed hungrily, its dark seed drinking in the traces of demonic energy that his marketplace had yet to filter out. By midday, Wei Lin had traveled far deeper into the mountains than he'd ever ventured before. The vegetation had changed, becoming twisted and malformed. Trees grew at impossible angles, their bark blackened and scored with patterns that resembled arcane symbols. Flowers bloomed in sickly colors. Even the moss covering the rocks had an unnatural, pulsating quality to it. Perfect, Wei Lin whispered, drawing a small formation flag from his storage ring. He planted it into the ground, activating a simple detection array that would alert him to nearby demonic beasts while concealing his own presence. He settled into a meditative position beneath a gnarled tree, closed his eyes, and waited. The merchant's path was about patience as much as it was about exchange. Everything had its price, its proper moment of transaction. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, then began its descent toward the western peaks. Wei Lin remained motionless, his consciousness split between monitoring his surroundings and tending to his inner marketplace. Then, just as the shadows began to lengthen into dusk, the detection flag trembled. Something was coming. Wei Lin opened his eyes but didn't move. The first rule of trading was to understand the value of what you sought. The second was to never appear too eager. He focused his spiritual sense outward, probing the surrounding area. It didn't take long to locate the source. A powerful demonic qi signature approaching from the east, moving with deliberate slowness. Wei Lin frowned. This wasn't the random wandering of a beast on the hunt. This was the calculated stalking of a predator who had already identified its prey. So much for my concealment formation, Wei Lin muttered, rising to his feet. He retrieved the detection flag and slipped it back into his storage ring, then scanned the darkening forest. A flash of movement caught his eye, a streak of black against the shadowy undergrowth, too quick to track precisely. Wei Lin shifted his stance, drawing on the earth energy from his 3rd stall to strengthen his connection to the ground and ensure he was firmly rooted when the attack came. Came from behind. A blur of midnight fur and gleaming fangs erupted from the bushes behind him. Wei Lin spun, pulling water energy from his 2nd stall to form a hasty shield of hardened ice. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The beast, a fox-like creature with 9 tails, crashed into the barrier. The ice shield shattered under the impact, but it bought Wei Lin the second he needed to leap backward, putting distance between himself and the attacker. 7th stage. Wei Lin assessed aloud, noting the density of the beast's spiritual pressure. A 9-tailed shadow fox. The fox regarded him with unsettling intelligence, its tails weaving hypnotic patterns in the air. Each tail ended in what appeared to be a miniature fox head, complete with gnashing teeth and glowing eyes. Rare enough to be valuable, Wei Lin continued, circulating his qi in preparation for battle. Dangerous enough to be interesting. The fox growled, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating through the clearing with unnatural resonance. Two of its tailheads lunged forward independently, stretching impossibly as they snapped at Wei Lin from different angles. Wei Lin drew on his windstall, accelerating his movements as he dodged the first tailhead, then twisted in midair to avoid the second. He landed on a tree branch, hands already forming seals to activate a trade within his inner marketplace. Convert wind to fire, 30% efficiency, he murmured, feeling the change ripple through his meridians. His wind energy diminished as fiery chi surged through his body, manifesting as a cloak of crimson flames around his right arm. The fox leapt, its main mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. Wei Lin met the charge head-on, driving his flame-wrapped fist toward the creature's chest. At the last possible moment, the fox's body seemed to melt into shadow, flowing around his attack like ink in water. Void conversion, Wei Lin hissed, instantly trading fire energy for void essence. His body became partially intangible just as three tailheads bit through the space where he had been. The sensation of using void energy was always disconcerting, like existing between heartbeats, neither fully present nor entirely gone. Wei Lin maintained the state for less than a second before resolidifying, now standing behind the fox with lightning crackling between his fingers. The lightning surged forward in jagged arcs, striking the fox and causing it to convulse. Its fur stood on end, smoldering in places, but the creature recovered almost immediately. It whirled to face him, darkness pouring from its mouth like viscous oil. Wei Lin recognized the attack pattern and threw himself sideways. The darkness splashed against a tree where he had stood, instantly corroding the bark and causing the wood to wither and crack. Corruption breath, Wei Lin noted grimly. Good thing I didn't try to block that. The battle intensified as they danced through the darkening forest. The fox was incredibly agile, its movements unpredictable as its 9 tails acted independently, each seeming to have a mind of its own. Wei Lin found himself constantly shifting between his energy types: earth for defense, lightning for quick strikes, water to counter the fox's corruption attacks, wind for mobility. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours as they fought. The surrounding forest suffered collateral damage. Trees splintered from misdirected attacks, undergrowth withered from corruption breath, and rocks shattered from impact. Wei Lin's travel robes were torn in several places, and a shallow gash across his left forearm leaked blood whenever he moved too quickly. The fox wasn't faring much better. Its midnight fur was singed in several places, one of its tailheads hung limp and useless, and its movements had grown perceptibly slower. But as the battle wore on, Wei Lin became increasingly aware that time favored the beast, not him. His energy reserves were depleting faster than he could replenish them, while the ambient corrupted chi of the mountains seemed to strengthen the fox with each passing minute. Time to end this, Wei Lin decided, retreating to a small clearing to catch his breath. He pulled a small jade bottle from his storage ring and quickly downed its contents to recover some chi. The fox stalked toward him, its 8 remaining tailheads weaving menacingly. Wei Lin stood his ground, focusing inward. In his inner marketplace, he initiated a complex series of trades, simultaneously converting portions of 5 different energies into void essence. All trades at 15% efficiency, he directed, feeling the massive energy loss that accompanied such wholesale conversion. But what remained was concentrated void essence, enough for one decisive attack. The fox pounced, all 8 active tailheads stretched forward with mouths agape. Wei Lin held his ground until the last possible instant, then activated the void essence. His entire body became intangible, transforming into a ghostly silhouette through which the fox passed harmlessly. The beast's momentum carried it through Wei Lin's incorporeal form, momentarily confused by the lack of resistance. With perfect timing, Wei Lin allowed only his right hand to become tangible while keeping the rest of his body in its ghost-like state. His now solid fingers materialized directly inside the fox's body, encircling the demonic core. "Merchant's claim," Wei Lin whispered, closing his fist around the pulsating mass. The sensation was revolting, like grasping a cold, writhing mass of eels. But Wei Lin didn't hesitate. He pulled the core from its housing within the fox's body. The fox's shriek pierced the air as its source of power was ripped away. The creature's body convulsed violently, its tails thrashing in death spasms before it collapsed to the forest floor. The tail heads snapped blindly at the air for several more seconds before falling still. Wei Lin fully materialized, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he examined the core in his hand. A sphere of swirling blackness flecked with crimson, roughly the size of a plum. Seventh stage demonic core, he confirmed, a smile of exhausted satisfaction crossing his face. Worth the effort. He reached into his storage ring for a specialized containment box, carefully placing the core inside. Then he turned his attention to the fox's corpse, which had already begun to darken and dissolve, the demonic chi that had sustained it now unbound and dissipating. Wei Lin knelt beside the remains and produced another jade container from his storage ring. He began the process of extracting the residual demonic chi from the corpse, watching as threads of darkness flowed from the beast into his container. Not as potent as the core, he murmured. But waste not, want not. When he finished, the fox's body had been reduced to little more than mundane animal remains. They were valuable for their pelts and teeth, but no longer carried any trace of demonic energy. Wei Lin nodded in satisfaction and reached to place the corpse in his storage ring for later processing. The fur and bones would fetch a decent price in the right market, and Lin Mei had mentioned wanting fox teeth for a purification formula. Just as his hand touched the remains, instinct screamed a warning. Wei Lin threw himself sideways, feeling displacement in the air where his head had been a moment before. Something crashed into the ground beside him, sending up a spray of dirt and fragments of stone. Wei Lin rolled to his feet, instantly circulating chi through his meridians as he assessed the new threat. A tall, gaunt man dressed in dark crimson robes stood at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by shadow. But what was visible were the eyes, completely black from corner to corner, with thin rings of blood red circling the irises like crimson halos. A demonic cultivator. Well, the newcomer said, his voice carrying an unpleasant resonance that made Wei Lin's teeth ache. What have we here? An Azure Peak disciple so far from home, playing with powers he shouldn't understand. Wei Lin straightened, keeping his expression carefully neutral despite the alarm bells ringing in his mind. The spiritual pressure emanating from this man wasn't just powerful. It was tainted, corrupted in a way that made the Shadow Fox's energy seem almost pure by comparison. But what was most concerning was the cultivation, 8th stage chi condensation. I'm merely passing through, Wei Lin replied evenly, gesturing to the fox corpse. This creature attacked me, and I defended myself. The demonic cultivator laughed. And then you proceeded to harvest its demonic essence. He tilted his head, those unsettling eyes studying Wei Lin with disturbing intensity. Wei Lin felt an uncomfortable sensation, as though invisible fingers were probing at his consciousness. The stranger's gaze seemed to pierce through his physical form, reaching for something deeper. Interesting that an Azure Peak disciple would know such techniques, the man continued. More interesting still that you would come so deep into these mountains alone. His blood-ringed eyes narrowed slightly. 7 stalls in your marketplace, and an 8th under construction. How enterprising. Wei Lin stiffened. How could you possibly know that? The stranger's lips curved into a thin smile. The abyssal eye technique. A little gift from my dying master before I devoured him. He tapped one finger beside his disturbing eyes. It allows me to glimpse the structure of another cultivator's inner world. Most useful for identifying which prey is worth consuming. You can see my inner world? Wei Lin asked, genuinely disturbed by the violation. The structure of one's inner world was intensely private. Even trusted allies rarely shared such intimate knowledge. Only its general architecture, the man clarified. Enough to recognize a marketplace of energies. He performed a mocking bow. I am Zhao Sun of the Crimson Vein sect, and I find it most curious to discover an Azure Peak disciple secretly cultivating demonic arts. You're mistaken, Wei Lin replied, shaking his head firmly. My cultivation method isn't demonic. Zhao Sun's laughter erupted again, harsh and mocking. I know what demonic cultivation looks like, little merchant. It doesn't matter how righteous cultivators dress it up to appear good. That, he pointed at Wei Lin's chest, is a demonic technique. Wei Lin took a careful step backward, maintaining the distance between them. I have no quarrel with you or your sect. If it's the fox you want, you're welcome to it. I'll be on my way. So generous. Zhao Sun's smile widened, revealing teeth filed to points. But I'm afraid I can't let such an opportunity pass. Not only do I want that corpse and the essence you've harvested, but I'm quite interested in draining you as well. 7 different energy types, all neatly organized in one cultivator. That's a feast I rarely encounter. Wei Lin's heart raced as he realized negotiation wasn't an option. He needed to escape immediately. Without warning, he pulled from his wind stall, channeling every bit of remaining wind essence into pure speed as he turned and bolted for the densest part of the forest. He made it perhaps 20 yards before darkness erupted from the ground before him, coalescing into a wall of writhing shadows that blocked his path. Wei Lin skidded to halt, immediately changing direction, only to find Zhao Sun standing directly in his path. Running already? Zhao Sun chided. I expected more from someone clever enough to develop a 7-energy system. Wei Lin backed away, his options rapidly dwindling. I don't want to fight you. Wise, but irrelevant, Zhao Sun replied, raising his hands in a peculiar formation. Your wants ceased to matter the moment I decided to claim you. The air between them darkened as Zhao Sun's spiritual energy manifested, not as the typical colorful qi most cultivators displayed, but as ribbons of absolute darkness that seemed to devour the twilight around them. Left with no choice, Wei Lin dropped into a combat stance and prepared for battle. Hungry Shadow Scripture, Zhao Sun whispered. First movement, devouring tendrils. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The darkness around him exploded outward in dozens of whip-like appendages, each ending in a mouth-like opening filled with needle-like protrusions. Wei Lin pulled from his fire stall, creating a barrier of flames that intercepted the tendrils. Where fire met shadow, hissing steam erupted, filling the clearing with an acrid fog. Using the momentary cover of steam, Wei Lin circulated his remaining qi, distributing it evenly among his 7 stalls to provide maximum flexibility. Within his inner world, the marketplace became a flurry of activity as spiritual energy was traded, converted, and optimized for battle. When the steam cleared, Zhao Sun stood exactly where he had been, looking completely unperturbed. Interesting defense, he commented. Most cultivators rely on a single element or perhaps 2. You shift between them with unusual fluidity. Wei Lin didn't waste breath responding. Instead, he pulled from his earth stall, stomping his foot to send a wave of stone spikes erupting toward Zhao Sun. Simultaneously, he converted a portion of his lightning essence to sound, releasing a disorienting pulse that distorted perception in a 10-yard radius. Zhao Sun vanished into shadow as the stone spikes reached him, reappearing to Wei Lin's right with his hand extended. Hungry Shadow Scripture, second movement, Consumption Palm. Wei Lin barely managed to become partially intangible using void energy as Zhao Sun's hand passed through his shoulder. Even that brief, immaterial contact sent waves of cold revulsion through Wei Lin's body, as though some essential part of him had been touched by corruption. You're full of surprises, merchant? Zhao Sun's eyes widened in genuine surprise before narrowing with increased interest. Your combat ability rivals that of a regular 8th-stage cultivator. The battle continued with increasing intensity. Wei Lin drew on every technique in his arsenal, constantly shifting between energy types to keep Zhao Sun off balance. He conjured blades of hardened water that froze shadows on contact, created lightning chains that temporarily illuminated the darkness Zhao Sun controlled, and used sound vibrations to disrupt the demonic cultivator's concentration. Throughout the exchange, Wei Lin began to absorb small quantities of shadow energy whenever possible, storing it in the temporary holding area within his inner marketplace. Something about this energy was different from the demonic chi he'd harvested from beasts, purer in its corruption, if such a contradiction could exist. And to his surprise, the captured energy began to interact with his eighth stall in unexpected ways, catalyzing reactions with the demonic seed at its center. But what was most exciting was the faintest outline of what might eventually become a ninth stall developing beside the eighth stall. For a time, the fight seemed almost even, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Zhao Sun's expression shifted from amused confidence to focused concentration as he was forced to exert genuine effort. "You've exceeded my expectations," Zhao Sun admitted after a particularly clever combination forced him to defend rather than attack. "But as you've probably realized by now, I am not a regular 8th stage cultivator either." With those words, the atmosphere around them changed dramatically. The very air seemed to thicken, taking on a gelatinous quality as shadows pooled at Zhao Sun's feet, spreading outward in a widening circle. Hungry Shadow Scripture, 4th movement. Realm of the Devouring Void. Wei Lin's eyes widened in shock as he recognized what was happening. The clearing began to transform in ways that defied normal cultivation techniques. This wasn't merely an energy projection or battle aura. Zhao Sun was creating a domain, imposing a portion of his inner world directly onto reality itself. "Impossible," Wei Lin whispered, genuine fear creeping into his voice for the first time. Domain manifestation at the Qi condensation realm? Domain techniques were legendary abilities, typically mastered only by cultivators who had reached the stellar realm or beyond. There were only a handful of elemental realm cultivators who had achieved such feats. For someone still in Qi condensation to manifest a domain, no matter how limited in scope, was nothing short of miraculous. The Hungry Shadow Scripture is no ordinary cultivation method, Zhao Sun explained. It teaches that all boundaries are illusions, between worlds, between beings, between life and death. Most cultivators strengthen the barriers of their inner world. I learned to dissolve mine. The ground beneath them softened, becoming membranous and pulsating, like the floor of some vast digestive tract. The trees at the edge of the clearing warped, bark peeling back to reveal pulsing, vein-like structures beneath. Even the air became heavy with the scent of iron and decay. "My sect has sacrificed thousands to perfect this technique," Zhao Sun continued, spreading his arms wide as the transformation reached its peak. "Centuries of forbidden research, generations of cultivators who burned out their meridians attempting what I now accomplish with ease." Wei Lin had heard whispers of such techniques, cultivation methods that allowed for precocious advancement but at terrible cost, typically involving mass sacrifice or soul corruption. He dismissed them as cautionary tales meant to warn disciples away from demonic paths. "Behold the devouring cathedral," Zhao Sun proclaimed with perverse pride. "Within its halls, all energies are consumed, broken down, and converted to shadow. Your marketplace may trade at a loss, little merchant, but my cathedral suffers no such inefficiency. Everything it takes, it keeps." Wei Lin stared in horror as the transformation completed around him. This demonic cultivator's method was the perfect counter to his own. Where the merchant's path celebrated exchange, accepting loss for the sake of versatility, the Hungry Shadow Scripture rejected the very concept of fair trade. It only took, it never gave. In his inner world, Wei Lin's marketplace trembled as if recognizing an existential threat to its foundational principles. A cultivation method that denies the very concept of exchange. Wei Lin whispered, his voice nearly lost in the oppressive atmosphere. "How can I fight something that fundamentally negates everything I am?" As shadows crept closer, constricting his movements, Wei Lin's hand slipped into his storage ring. If skill and qi weren't enough, perhaps wealth could tip the scales. The Wei clan's resources had opened doors for him throughout his life. Perhaps they could open one more. "You believe you've won already?" Wei Lin called out, his voice stronger than he felt. "But merchants always keep something in reserve." With a flick of his wrist, he produced a small jade box from his storage ring. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed. "A treasure? How quaint." Wei Lin didn't waste breath responding. Instead, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the box, activating its dormant formations. The lid snapped open, releasing a blinding flash of golden light that momentarily pushed back the encroaching shadows. From within the box rose a palm-sized mirror of polished bronze, its surface etched with concentric circles of microscopic runes. The inverse mirror of Elder Zhou, a treasure Wei Lin's father had acquired at tremendous cost from a dying formation master. "Reflect," Wei Lin commanded, pouring his remaining qi into the artifact. The mirror trembled, then emitted a high-pitched whine as it absorbed the ambient shadow energy surrounding them. For a brief moment, the oppressive weight of Zhao Sun's domain lightened, the darkness receding as the mirror drank it in. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the mirror released its stored energy back toward Zhao Sun, not as shadow but as purified light. The concentrated beam struck the demonic cultivator in the chest, burning through his robes and searing the flesh beneath. Zhao Sun howled in pain, stumbling backward as wisps of smoke rose from the charred wound. "You little," he snarled, one hand clutching his injured torso. Wei Lin didn't allow him to recover. From his storage ring, he produced a second treasure, the resonance bells of the Wind Valley sect, a string of 9 copper bells, each no larger than his thumbnail. He cast the bells into the air, where they hung suspended, vibrating at increasing frequencies. Each bell targeted a different meridian point, disrupting the flow of energy required to maintain Zhao Sun's domain. The shadow-infused ground beneath them flickered, momentarily revealing the natural forest floor before the demonic manifestation reasserted itself. "Toys?" Zhao Sun spat, though his voice held a note of strain that hadn't been there before. "You think trinkets can save you from the devouring cathedral?" Wei Lin didn't rely solely on his treasures. Seizing the momentary advantage, he pulled from his wind and lightning stalls simultaneously, creating a devastating combination attack, arcs of electricity riding whirling currents of air that slammed into Zhao Sun from multiple angles. Blood sprayed from fresh wounds as the lightning-laced wind cut into the demonic cultivator's flesh. For the first time since their battle began, Wei Lin saw genuine pain on Zhao Sun's face, but it didn't last. Hungry Shadow Scripture, third movement, consuming adaptation. Zhao Sun growled. The shadows surrounding him suddenly churned with renewed vigor, surging toward the hovering bells. One by one, the bells were enveloped in darkness, their resonance faltering, then stopping completely as they fell to the ground, lifeless and dull. Simultaneously, the wound on Zhao Sun's chest began to close, darkness flowing into the injury like living thread weaving flesh back together. "An impressive collection of treasures," Zhao Sun admitted, straightening as his wounds healed. "Your clan has invested well in you, but the hungry Shadow Scripture doesn't just consume energy, it devours concepts themselves." The remaining light from the inverse mirror dimmed as shadows crawled across its surface, corrupting the formations etched into the bronze. With a pitiful chime, the mirror cracked down the center, its power extinguished. "The concept of reflection, consumed," Zhao Sun said with savage satisfaction. "The concept of resonance, devoured." Wei Lin stumbled backward, genuine fear gripping him as his most valuable treasures were neutralized one after another. He reached into his storage ring again, fingers closing around a small orb that pulsed with energy so potent it made his meridians ache just from proximity. The 9 Heavens Thunder Pearl, it was his father's parting gift before he left for the sect, to be used only in the most desperate circumstances. "You should feel honored," Wei Lin said, holding the pearl aloft. Its surface crackled with miniature lightning bolts, illuminating the shadow domain with harsh, blue-white light. This treasure could kill a stellar realm cultivator if used correctly. For the first time, genuine alarm flashed across Zhao Sun's face as he recognized the artifact. "The 9 Heavens Thunder Pearl," he whispered, taking an involuntary step back. Where would a mere merchant clan acquire such a treasure? Wei Lin didn't answer. Instead, he crushed the pearl between his palms, feeling its incredible power surge into his meridians. Lightning arced from his body in all directions, burning away the shadows and revealing glimpses of the forest beyond the domain. "Did you know this story is from Royal Road?" Read the official version for free and support the author. Zhao Sun's expression shifted from alarm to calculation, then to a cruel smile. He withdrew a black medallion from within his robes. The artifact was simple in appearance, an obsidian disc inscribed with characters so ancient they seemed to predate written language itself. The Void Eater's seal, Zhao Sun explained, holding it toward the lightning storm emanating from Wei Lin. You're not the first wealthy disciple I've hunted, little merchant. The rich ones always have their little surprises. He smiled, revealing those unnaturally sharp teeth. And I've learned to come prepared. The medallion pulsed once, emitting a wave of absolute darkness that consumed the lightning wherever they touched. Wei Lin watched in horror as his ultimate defense was systematically devoured, the tremendously powerful energy of the Thunder Pearl simply disappearing into the black disk. Within seconds, the lightning was gone, leaving Wei Lin depleted and defenseless. The seven-hued immortal shield gave one final flicker before shattering completely, the fragments dissolving into motes of light that were quickly swallowed by the surrounding shadows. Wei Lin fell to his knees, his body trembling from the backlash of the pearl's energy being ripped away. His storage ring still contained other treasures, but he lacked the strength to utilize them. A valiant effort, Zhao Sun acknowledged, tucking the Void Eater's seal back into his robes as he approached Wei Lin's kneeling form. Most disciples would have been dead long before this point. I'll be sure to appreciate your resilience when I add your marketplace to my collection. Wei Lin struggled to rise, but tendrils of darkness erupted from the membrane-like surface beneath him, wrapping around his limbs and torso, immobilizing him completely. A clever little merchant with clever little toys, Zhao Sun continued, kneeling beside Wei Lin's restrained form, black eyes with their blood-red rings reflecting no light. But as I said earlier, I am not a regular 8th stage cultivator. Wei Lin struggled against the bindings, but each movement only caused them to tighten further. His treasures had failed. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his conversion techniques hampered by the oppressive environment of Zhao Sun's partially manifested inner world. But in his inner marketplace, something was happening. The accumulated shadow energy had reached some kind of critical mass, interacting with both his 8th and developing 9th stalls in ways he hadn't anticipated. The demonic seed at the center of his 8th stall pulsed with intensifying darkness, while the outline of the 9th stall grew increasingly distinct. Crimson Vein Sect, Wei Lin gasped, trying to buy time as these developments continued in his inner world. I've never heard of it. Few have, Zhao Sun replied, seeming pleased by this recognition of his sect's discretion. We prefer to operate in shadow, harvesting what we need without drawing undue attention from the righteous sections. His hand hovered over Wei Lin's chest, darkness gathering at his fingertips. The righteous sects would execute me if they found me, but they're far too preoccupied with politics to notice a few missing disciples here and there. Wei Lin continued to strain against his bonds, but his physical strength was fading rapidly. Zhao Sun's inner world was actively draining him now, the ground beneath him pulsating as it pulled at his essence. Please, Wei Lin said, hating the desperation in his voice but seeing no alternative. I have someone waiting for me. She'll be concerned if I don't return. Something flickered in Zhao Sun's black eyes, not compassion, but curiosity. A cultivation partner? How touching. He tilted his head, considering. Perhaps after I've finished with you, I'll seek her out. A complete set would be most satisfying. Rage surged through Wei Lin at the threat to Lin Mei, giving him a momentary burst of strength. He managed to free one arm, lashing out with the last dregs of his lightning essence. The attack caught Zhao Sun across the face, leaving a scorched line from cheek to forehead. The demonic cultivator recoiled, more from surprise than pain, before his expression hardened into something truly inhuman. I was going to make this relatively quick, he snarled, shadows churning around him like agitated serpents. Now I think I'll take my time. Wei Lin's arm was instantly recaptured, bound even more tightly than before. In his inner world, however, the reaction continued to accelerate. The shadow energy he'd been accumulating throughout the battle was now flowing freely between his 8th and 9th stalls, creating a destabilizing resonance that threatened to spill over into his entire marketplace. Hungry Shadow Scripture. Final movement. Essence extraction. Zhao Sun whispered, placing his palm directly on Wei Lin's forehead. Darkness flooded Wei Lin's senses as he felt the invasive touch of foreign qi entering his meridians, seeking the pathways to his spiritual core. In his inner world, the marketplace dimmed as external shadows probed for weaknesses, unaware of the unstable reaction already building within. Wei Lin's last coherent thought was of Lin Mei waiting in their rented courtyard, preparing medicines and formations for his return. A return that would never come. He pictured her face, first concerned, then fearful as hours stretched into days with no word from him. As Zhao Sun's extraction technique reached for his core, the unstable reaction in Wei Lin's inner world reached critical mass. The demonic seed at the center of the 8th stall pulsed violently, while the previously formless 9th stall took on a more definite shape, a dark mirror of Zhao Sun's own devouring cathedral. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened with sudden, intense realization as his extraction technique encountered this unexpected surge. "Wait," Zhao Sun whispered, his voice carrying genuine alarm for the first time. "What is this? What have you?" The surge of unstable shadow energy rebounded through their connected spiritual pathways like lightning through a copper rod. Zhao Sun's extraction technique collapsed as his own energy turned against him. The carefully constructed spiritual connections between them suddenly overloaded with corrupted power. Panic flashed across his face as he tried to withdraw his hand from Wei Lin's forehead. To his horror, he found it locked in place, his fingers refusing to obey his commands. The shadow energy that had always responded to his will now seemed to have a mind of its own, forming an unbreakable bridge between both inner worlds. "Impossible!" Zhao Sun hissed through clenched teeth, his blood-ringed eyes widening as he felt his own essence being pulled through the connection. The energy he had intended to use to drain Wei Lin was flowing in reverse, drawn toward the unstable reaction between Wei Lin's 8th and 9th stalls. Realization dawned on Zhao Sun's face. This merchant wasn't merely storing his attacks. He had unwittingly catalyzed something far more dangerous. The shadow energy, infused with Zhao Sun's will and cultivation insights, was creating a twisted reflection of the devouring cathedral within Wei Lin's inner world. With his right hand still immobilized, Zhao Sun's left hand shot up, fingers contorting into a claw-like formation as shadow energy coalesced around them, forming razor-sharp talons of pure darkness. "I won't be consumed by my own technique," he snarled, eyes blazing with desperate fury. "If I can't extract your essence, I'll simply take your head." The shadow talons descended toward Wei Lin's exposed throat in a killing strike that would sever both his head and the dangerous connection between them. Darkness whistled through the air as the attack closed the final inches toward Wei Lin's barely conscious form. The shadow talons descended toward Wei Lin's exposed throat. Zhao Sun's face twisted into a feral grin, his blood-ringed eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In moments, the merchant would be dead, their strange connection severed along with his head. 3 feet away. 2. 1. A flash of movement from the edge of the devouring cathedral caught Zhao Sun's attention a heartbeat before impact. Pure instinct made him redirect his strike, his shadow talons curving away from Wei Lin's neck to intercept the incoming threat. His shadow claws met a palm strike of devastating simplicity. The impact sent shockwaves through Zhao Sun's arm, shattering his shadow talons and snapping the small bones in his hand like brittle twigs. "Arg!" Zhao Sun howled, leaping backward as pain shot through his mangled fingers. Blood dripped from his shattered hand, each droplet sizzling as it hit the membranous floor of his manifestation. Heart racing, Zhao Sun focused on the newcomer who had materialized at the edge of his domain. Another Azure Peak disciple, dressed in plain blue robes with a face that betrayed little emotion. "Another little sect rat," Zhao Sun spat, cradling his injured hand. "Have you come to die alongside your friend?" The newcomer didn't reply, simply settling into a casual stance that somehow managed to look both relaxed and perfectly balanced for either attack or defense. Something about his calm demeanor made Zhao Sun's skin prickle with unease. A cold realization seeped into Zhao Sun's mind. he was facing a significant problem. The half-conscious Wei Lin continued to drain his shadow essence through their connected spiritual pathways, while this new threat showed no signs of fear despite facing an 8th-stage cultivator's domain manifestation. "Who are you?" Zhao Sun demanded, buying time as he attempted to sever the parasitic connection with Wei Lin. To his mounting horror, the bond refused to break, continuing to siphon away his hard-won cultivation base. Still, the newcomer remained silent, his gaze unervingly steady. This was not the reaction Zhao Sun was accustomed to. Most cultivators, even talented ones, showed at least some trepidation when confronted with his devouring cathedral. This one looked almost bored. Panic began to bubble beneath Zhao Sun's cultivated veneer of confidence. He needed to assess the threat level of this interloper quickly. "Abyssal Eye?" Zhao Sun whispered, channeling what remained of his uncompromised shadow essence into his blood-ringed eyes. The world shifted as his perception deepened, reality peeling away like layers of an onion to reveal the hidden structures of the cultivation world. Most inner worlds appeared to his abyssal eye as architectural metaphors: palaces, gardens, mountains, or seas, their forms reflecting the cultivator's understanding of reality. What he saw inside this cultivator made him stagger backward in horror. The inner world before him defied conventional understanding. Unlike the chaotic mess of most Qi condensation disciples or even the structured but limited domains of elemental realm masters, this was wrong. For distinct quadrants stretched outward from a central point. Mountains to the northwest, gardens to the northeast with spiritual plants, strange platforms to the southeast, and training fields to the southwest. But it wasn't the layout that sent ice through Zhao Sun's veins. It was what existed at the center. A tree-like entity pulsed there, not truly a tree as mortals understood them, but something that merely borrowed the concept of tree to make itself comprehensible to three-dimensional perception. Its roots extended into every quadrant, every aspect of this impossible inner world, not planted in the ground but somehow embedding themselves into the fabric of reality itself. Above this abomination hung 3 celestial bodies, 2 suns, one red and one blue, orbiting in perfect opposition, and between them, a tiny star that no one below the stellar realm should possess. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. What abomination is this?" Zhao Sun whispered, unable to tear his gaze away despite the mounting dread in his chest. As if in response to his horrified fascination, the tree thing at the center of this impossible world shifted. Not a physical movement, something far more disturbing. It seemed to adjust its focus, as though becoming aware of Zhao Sun's intrusion. And then it saw him, not with eyes, for it had none, but with something far more fundamental. A cosmic attention that transcended physical senses. In that moment, Zhao Sun understood he was being perceived not by a cultivator or even a spirit beast, but by something that existed partially outside the laws that governed their reality. Something that had roots in other worlds, other dimensions, other possibilities. The tree didn't attack him. It didn't need to. Its mere attention was enough. Zhao Sun's carefully constructed understanding of cultivation, of reality itself, began to unravel. The certainties upon which he had built his identity, the supremacy of the hungry shadow scripture, the inevitability of his ascension, the fixed nature of the cultivation world, all revealed themselves as childish simplifications before the thing that observed him. "No," Zhao Sun whimpered, blood leaking from his eyes as his abyssal eye technique collapsed under the weight of what it was perceiving. "This cannot be." His domain flickered, the devouring cathedral wavering as his concentration shattered. The membranous ground solidified back into forest floor, the twisted trees returning to their natural state as his spiritual manifestation lost coherence. Zhao Sun didn't notice. His physical eyes remained open, fixed on the newcomer, but his mind had retreated inward, frantically trying to rebuild the walls of perception that had been so casually demolished by what he'd glimpsed. His body remained standing, but Zhao Sun was no longer truly present. His consciousness had curled into a protective ball, shutting out external stimuli in a desperate attempt to preserve sanity. Blood continued to seep from his eyes, ears, and nose as the structure of his mind continued to collapse. His lips moved soundlessly, forming the same phrase over and over. The tree sees, the tree knows, the tree remembers. The demonic cultivator froze mid-attack, his shadow talons dissipating inches from Wei Lin's throat. His eyes, those disturbing black orbs with blood-red rings, stared directly at me with an intensity that should have been threatening. Instead, they seemed to look through me, fixed on something far beyond. Blood began to trickle from his eyes, then his ears and nose. His lips moved in silent repetition of words I couldn't make out. I lowered my hand, perplexed by this unexpected development. My Titan's crest-enhanced Phantom Strike had connected solidly with his shadow claws, and while the impact had clearly shattered bones in his hand, that alone shouldn't have reduced an 8th-stage cultivator to this catatonic state. "What the hell?" I muttered. The forest around us transformed as the strange membrane-like ground reverted to normal dirt and fallen leaves. The twisted, unnatural trees straightened, returning to their ordinary forms, albeit still corrupted by the ambient demonic energy of the Blackfang Mountains. Whatever bizarre technique the demonic cultivator had been using, it had collapsed completely. At my feet, Wei Lin stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He looked disoriented, but alive. The demonic cultivator's hand remained fixed to his forehead, fingers rigid despite their broken state. "Ku'in." Wei Lin's voice was weak, barely audible. "Is that really you?" "It's me," I confirmed, keeping a wary eye on the frozen attacker. "Don't move yet. I'm not sure what's happening here." "How did you find me?" Wei Lin asked, his gaze drifting to the catatonic figure looming over him. "Later," I replied. "First, let's deal with this situation." Azure's voice spoke in my mind. "Master, I believe the demonic cultivator attempted to use some form of spiritual perception technique on you. His reaction suggests he saw something in your inner world that overwhelmed him." I inwardly cringed. That made sense, but it wasn't exactly comforting. "Is he dead?" Wei Lin asked, cautiously attempting to sit up despite the hand still attached to his forehead. "I don't think so," I replied, "but something's definitely wrong with him. Can you break the connection between you?" Wei Lin's brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm not sure I want to," he said after a moment, his voice growing slightly stronger. "Something's happening. I can feel his shadow energy flowing into my inner world. It's feeding a new stall." I raised an eyebrow but decided not to question this revelation just yet. The demonic cultivator's aura had begun to fluctuate wildly, the powerful 8th-stage Qi condensation presence diminishing with each passing second. Simultaneously, I could sense Wei Lin's own cultivation base strengthening, the energy that had been draining from the attacker seemingly transferring directly to him. The process continued for several seconds, neither of us speaking as this bizarre cultivation theft played out before us. Finally, with a ragged gasp, the demonic cultivator's eyes rolled back in his head. His hand fell away from Wei Lin's forehead, and he collapsed to the forest floor, empty eyes staring sightlessly at the canopy above. At the same moment, Wei Lin's aura stabilized, settling into a clear, unmistakable 8th-stage Qi condensation presence. "Did you just consume his cultivation?" I asked, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. Wei Lin slowly got to his feet, examining his hands as if seeing them for the first time. "Not exactly," he replied, his voice growing stronger with each word. "He tried to devour my cultivation using something called the Hungry Shadow Scripture. But my merchant's path has a fundamental advantage when it comes to energy exchange." He looked down at the dead cultivator, his expression a complex mix of relief, disgust, and fascination. He said his method denies the concept of exchange, that it only takes, never gives. But that's exactly why it failed against me. The merchant's path understands that all exchanges have two directions. When he tried to create a one-way channel into my inner world, my method instinctively established the return channel. "So, you reversed his technique?" I asked, impressed despite my confusion. "More than that," Wei Lin said, a hint of wonder in his voice. His shadow energy catalyzed the formation of a new stall, what I'm calling the black market. I frowned, something not adding up. But I thought your merchant's path was only an earth-rank cultivation method? How could it counter and reverse an 8th-stage cultivator's technique so effectively? Wei Lin glanced around nervously, as if checking for eavesdroppers, before meeting my gaze directly. It's not earth-rank, he admitted quietly. The merchant's path is actually a beyond heaven-rank method, like your World Tree Sutra. My eyes widened. That explained a lot about Wei Lin's unusually rapid advancement and his ability to manipulate multiple energy types simultaneously. The principles I'd observed in his cultivation had always seemed remarkably versatile, too versatile for a mere earth-rank method. Why hide it? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Wei Lin sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. The same reason anyone with a complete beyond heaven-rank method keeps it secret. Those who cultivate such methods become targets. My father acquired it through, let's just say, complicated means. The Wei clan has gone to great lengths to present it publicly as a respectable but unremarkable earth-rank method. I nodded, understanding. It was a familiar strategy in the cultivation world. Hide your true strength until you have enough power to defend it. In a way, I was fortunate that the World Tree Sutra was known to be incomplete and had such a notorious mortality rate. Had it been a complete method without such deadly drawbacks, I would have certainly become a target for every sect and power-hungry cultivator looking to acquire a beyond heaven method. Sometimes, a dangerous reputation provided the best protection. I should have told you sooner, Wei Lin added, looking a little guilty. But even within my own clan, only a handful of people know the truth. It wasn't about trusting you. It was about habit. I placed a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. I understand better than most the value of keeping certain things private. After all, I was hardly in a position to criticize someone for keeping secrets about their cultivation. Wei Lin smiled gratefully. So, what brings you to the Blackfang Mountains, anyway? Not that I'm complaining about the timing. I hesitated, deciding against revealing my true purpose, hunting for demonic blood to use in Ku Jun's Nexus Connection ritual. I had a bad feeling, I said instead, which wasn't entirely untrue. After you and Lin Mei left, I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. I thought I'd check on you both, maybe get some battle practice in the process. Well, I'm glad you followed that feeling, Wei Lin laughed, though the sound held a slight edge of hysteria. Had you arrived a few seconds later, I'd be missing my head right now. We both turned our attention to the corpse of the demonic cultivator, its skin already beginning to gray and shrivel as the corrupted energy that had sustained it dissipated. Charming, I remarked dryly. What about his belongings? Any useful treasures? Wei Lin nodded, kneeling to search the body. He retrieved a black medallion from inside Zhao Sun's robes, holding it up for my inspection. He called this the Void Eater's Seal, Wei Lin explained. It can nullify other treasures, even extremely powerful ones like my 9 Heavens Thunder Pearl. You should take it. Me? I asked, surprised by the offer. You saved my life, Wei Lin insisted, pressing the disc into my palm. Had you not interfered, this wouldn't have made any difference. I'd be dead, and he'd have consumed my cultivation instead of the other way around. Consider it proper compensation. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. As my fingers closed around the medallion, information about its capabilities flowed into my mind. The Void Eater's Seal could indeed nullify treasures from the Qi condensation realm all the way up to the stellar realm, rendering them temporarily inert. However, it had clear limitations. It could only target one treasure at a time, and its effective range was limited to about 20 feet. Still, the ability to neutralize even a stellar realm artifact, if only temporarily, made it an invaluable defensive tool. Thank you, I said sincerely, slipping the medallion into my storage ring. Wei Lin nodded in response before continuing to search the body, his expression growing increasingly disappointed as he checked Zhao Sun's pockets and robes. Finally, he removed a simple iron storage ring from the demonic cultivator's right hand. Let's see if there's anything about his cultivation method in here, Wei Lin murmured, channeling a bit of qi into the ring to inventory its contents. Understanding more about the Hungry Shadow scripture might help me better comprehend my new black market stall. After a few moments, he sighed with clear disappointment. Nothing useful, just a few hundred spirit stones and some basic supplies. No manuals, no technique scrolls, not even notes. That made sense. Demonic cultivators typically traveled light, carrying only essentials. They either consumed resources immediately upon acquisition, converting everything into cultivation advancement on the spot, or they secured their prized possessions in hidden caches far from their hunting grounds. Every day was a struggle for survival in their world. Carrying valuable treasures only made them targets for other predators. I couldn't tell which approach Zhao Sun had preferred, but with the tournament rapidly approaching, I had no time to scour the Blackfang Mountains for potential hiding places. Besides, the corpse itself was prize enough for my purposes. Keep the spirit stones, I suggested. Consider them additional compensation for what you went through. Wei Lin nodded gratefully as he slipped the storage ring onto his finger. After a moment, his gaze returned to Zhao Sun's body lying on the forest floor. What do we do with the rest of him? I asked, studying the corpse. You want the actual body? Wei Lin asked, raising an eyebrow incredulously. I nodded. It might be useful for research purposes. Wei Lin looked thoughtful for a moment. Sure, but let me drain the remaining demonic qi first. That's what I came all this way for after all. He knelt beside Zhao Sun's body and produced a specialized jade container from his storage ring. He traced a complex pattern over the corpse, his fingers glowing with a faint green light. Merchant's collection, he murmured, pressing both palms against the dead cultivator's chest. I watched with fascination as streams of dark, oily energy began to rise from the corpse like smoke, swirling in the air before being drawn into Wei Lin's jade container. The effect was mesmerizing, tendrils of shadow essence coiling and twisting as they were extracted, occasionally flashing with crimson highlights reminiscent of those blood-red rings that had encircled Zhao Sun's irises. The energy feels different, Wei Lin observed, his voice distant with concentration. More refined than what I've been collecting from beasts, purer in a twisted sort of way. The extraction continued for nearly a minute, the flow of dark energy gradually diminishing until only wisps remained. Wei Lin captured these final traces before sealing the jade container with a satisfied nod. This should be more than enough to complete my final stall, he said, returning the container to his storage ring. I noticed that as the demonic qi was drained, Zhao Sun's body seemed to age rapidly, the skin tightening against the bones as if decades were passing in moments. By the time Wei Lin finished, the once imposing demonic cultivator looked more like a corpse centuries old rather than someone recently deceased. All yours, Wei Lin said, gesturing to the withered remains. Though I'm not sure how much use it will be now. The demonic essence was what made it special. I tried not to look too eager as I stored the corpse in my storage ring. Even drained of its demonic qi, the body still contained demonic blood, more than enough for Kejun's ritual. Every piece of information helps, I said vaguely. Wei Lin looked mildly skeptical but shrugged. If you say so, I got what I needed. He stretched his arms overhead, wincing slightly as the movement pulled at some hidden injury. I noticed several rips in his robes were edged with dried blood. Despite his newfound strength, the fight had clearly taken its toll. After a moment of surveying the battlefield, broken branches, scorched earth, and the faint lingering aura of demonic energy, Wei Lin sighed and bent to retrieve a small jade token that had fallen during the confrontation. We should head back to town, he suggested, pocketing the token and dusting off his torn robes. Lin Mei is probably worried sick by now. As we began the journey back toward the small town at the mountain's edge, I found myself considering the implications of what I'd witnessed. Wei Lin's cultivation method seemed to walk a dangerous line between righteous and demonic paths, not entirely unlike my own situation with the blood statue in my inner world and my plans to use blood arts for accessing the celestial trade nexus. Perhaps that was the true nature of Beyond Heaven techniques, They transcended conventional morality, operating according to principles that existed above the typical righteous/demonic dichotomy. After all, the most potent cultivation methods often involved reaching beyond established limits. "You're awfully quiet," Wei Lin observed as we picked our way through a particularly tangled stretch of forest. "Just thinking," I replied. "Today has been educational." Wei Lin laughed. "That's one way to put it. Wait until Lin Mei hears about this. She's going to be furious I went beyond our agreed hunting grounds." "Probably," I agreed with a smile. "But I suspect she'll be too relieved to see you alive to stay angry for long." As the corrupted forest began to thin, giving way to more natural growth, I cast one last glance over my shoulder at the darkened peaks of the Blackfang Mountains. Somewhere in those depths, Zhao Sun had established himself as a predator, hunting disciples for their cultivation until he'd made the mistake of targeting someone with a beyond heaven method. It was a sobering reminder that in the cultivation world, appearances were often deceiving. A seemingly ordinary merchant's son might harbor one of the most powerful cultivation methods in existence. A simple trading technique could counter and defeat a specialized devouring art. And a quiet disciple with a tree growing in his inner world might just drive a demonic cultivator insane simply by being perceived. The town came into view as we descended from the winding mountain path, a cluster of tiled roofs nestled within a protective valley like a secret cupped in nature's palm. The dying light of sunset cast the humble buildings in a warm amber glow, transforming even the plainest structures into something almost magical for these few fleeting moments. "Almost there," Wei Lin said, his voice stronger than it had been during our journey back from the deeper mountains. Despite the recent breakthrough, the battle with Zhao Sun had clearly taken a toll, but with each step toward civilization, his energy seemed to return. I nodded, adjusting my storage ring where Zhao Sun's corpse, or what remained of it, rested alongside my other possessions. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd spent the entire journey to the Blackfang Mountains mentally preparing for an arduous, possibly lethal hunt for a demonic cultivator. I'd imagined elaborate battles, cunning traps, perhaps even a life and death moment. The reality had been absurdly anticlimactic. All I had needed to do was just stand, and when Zhao Sun had attempted to peer into my inner world, his mind had simply broken. Not exactly the glorious combat I'd anticipated, but effective nonetheless. I couldn't complain. The prized demonic blood I'd sought had practically delivered itself to me. "Lin Mei is going to be really upset," Wei Lin continued, breaking my reverie. "I promised not to go beyond the outer valleys. Considering you're returning with a breakthrough instead of a corpse, I imagine she'll forgive you," I replied dryly. Wei Lin laughed, wincing slightly as the motion pulled at some hidden injury. "That's what someone who's never been in a relationship would say. Trust me, she values the promise I made over any result I achieved by breaking it." His words made me pause for a moment. While I had dated in my previous life the usual high school flings, a couple of college relationships that fizzled out when schedules got busy, it was nothing serious. Nothing like the kind of connection that Wei Lin and Lin Mei clearly shared. And ever since coming to this world, my every waking moment had been consumed by advancement, by understanding the World Tree Sutra, by simply trying to avoid the countless ways a cultivator could die, a goal I'd already failed at spectacularly more than once. "Fair enough," I conceded with a slight nod. "In that case, I hope you've prepared a convincing apology." We passed through the town's modest gate. It was little more than 2 wooden posts with a simple ward formation carved into them. I paused briefly to examine the ward, noting how the energy flow had been optimized for sustainability rather than power. A clever design for a small town with limited resources. It wouldn't stop a determined cultivator, but it would alert the town guards to any bandit attacks. We made our way through narrow streets where ordinary people lived ordinary lives in the shadow of immortal pursuits. Children ran through alleyways playing games that mimicked cultivator battles, wielding sticks as swords and tossing pebbles as spiritual techniques. An old man sat outside his shop smoking a pipe, his gaze following us with the wariness of someone who had seen cultivators come and go throughout a long life, and knew that their presence often meant trouble. "The courtyard is this way," Wei Lin directed, turning down a side street lined with small inns and rental properties. We stopped before a modest establishment with a faded sign that read, Three Pines Courtyard. The receptionist, a stout woman with graying hair pulled into a severe bun, nodded to us from her position behind a small desk in the entranceway. Your companion has been waiting, she informed Wei Lin. She seems worried. Wei Lin thanked her with a polite bow before leading me through a narrow corridor that opened into a surprisingly spacious courtyard. True to its name, 3 ancient pine trees dominated the space, their trunks and sweeping branches creating natural divisions within the open area. Beneath the largest tree, a figure in blue robes paced back and forth, muttering anxiously to herself. Lin Mei, Wei Lin called out softly. She spun around, her expression cycling rapidly from worry to relief to anger. Wei Lin, where have you been? You said you'd be back before sunset. Her gaze shifted to me, eyes widening in surprise. Ku'in, what are you doing here? Saving your beloved from certain death. I responded with a slight smile, hoping to defuse her anger with humor. My attempt clearly failed. Her expression darkened further. What do you mean, certain death? She stalked toward Wei Lin, inspecting him closely. You're injured, and these robes, they're covered in blood. You went beyond the outer valleys, didn't you? Wei Lin at least had the decency to look sheepish. I can explain. You promised me. Lin Mei's voice cracked slightly. We had an agreement. I stepped away, giving them space for what was clearly going to be a personal conversation. Moving to the far side of the courtyard, I examined the accommodations while their voices continued behind me. Lin Mei's sharp with worry and Wei Lin's placating. The courtyard featured 3 simple rooms arranged in a U-shape around the open space. Each had a sliding paper door that could be left open to enjoy the courtyard or closed for privacy. The furnishings I could glimpse through the open doors were basic but clean. Sleeping mats, low tables, cushions, and storage chests. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. In the center of the courtyard, between the 3 pines, Lin Mei had set up what appeared to be a purification array. My interest in formations triggered as I studied the arrangement. 5 stone pillars, carved with precise spiritual conduits, formed a perfect pentagon. Each pillar anchored a different aspect of the purification process. Extraction, separation, filtration, conversion, and stabilization. The array lines connecting them flowed in a counterclockwise spiral, creating a gentle vortex effect that would pull impurities from the spiritual energy being processed. In the center sat a large ceramic tub filled with water that faintly glowed with herbal essences. I noted with appreciation how Lin Mei had incorporated organic components into what was typically an inorganic formation structure, a difficult integration that many formation apprentices struggled with. The herbal essences weren't merely floating in the water. They'd been bound to specific energy patterns, effectively becoming living formation components. Scattered around the formation were various tools: mortar and pestle, dried herbs hanging from strings, and jars of medicinal ingredients. Each had been placed with deliberate precision, not just for convenience, but because they formed secondary resonance points that would activate at different stages of the purification process. It was impressive work, far beyond what I'd expect from most qi condensation cultivators. The precision of the formations, the elegant integration of herbal components, the careful balancing of yin and yang energies, it all suggested formal training in formation arts. Had Lin Mei been studying formations alongside her herbalism? The execution looked to be around level 1 level, though aspects of the organic integration showed flashes of deeper insight and level 2 understanding. Who was he? I heard Lin Mei ask, drawing my attention back to their conversation. A demonic cultivator, Wei Lin explained. He called himself Zhao Sun of the Crimson Vein sect. He was hunting other cultivators, draining them for their spiritual essence. Lin Mei's face paled. And you fought him? Alone? Not completely alone, Wei Lin said, gesturing toward me. Ku'in arrived just in time. Lin Mei turned to me, bowing deeply. Thank you for saving this reckless fool. The gratitude in her voice was genuine, but I could still hear the undercurrent of anger directed at Wei Lin's broken promise. I was passing through, I shrugged. Fortunate timing. Wei Lin rolled his eyes at my modesty but didn't contradict me. Instead, he reached into his storage ring and produced the jade container he had used to extract Zhao Sun's demonic qi. Look, he said, holding it out to Lin Mei. It wasn't for nothing. This is pure demonic qi from an 8th stage cultivator. More than enough to complete my final stall. Lin Mei's expression softened slightly as she took the container. The quality is remarkable, she admitted. Much purer than what you've been collecting from beasts. She glanced up at him, her anger giving way to curiosity. Wait, how did you break through to stage 8 without completing the demonic stall? That's the interesting part, Wei Lin began, launching into an explanation of how Zhao Sun's attack had backfired, how the demonic cultivator's technique had been reversed, and how Wei Lin had unintentionally drained him instead of the other way around, breaking through to Qi condensation stage 8. I approached the ceramic tub in the center of the purification array, my formation senses picking up on the subtle interplay of energies. The water inside gave off a pleasant aroma, a mixture of purifying herbs and stabilizing minerals that Lin Mei had clearly prepared with great care. But what caught my attention was how the liquid itself had been turned into a formation medium, storing and amplifying spiritual energy in a way reminiscent of how some advanced formation masters used liquid mercury. When their conversation reached a natural pause, I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer. You've been studying formations, I observed aloud. Lin Mei looked over, momentarily surprised by my comment. Yes, she admitted. For the past few months or so. Nothing formal, just what I could learn from the sect library and apply to my herbalism. I nodded appreciatively. This is impressive work for self-study. The integration of organic components into the primary array structure is particularly clever. Most formation apprentices wouldn't attempt that until at least level 2. A hint of pride crept into Lin Mei's expression. The flowing river method gives me some advantages when working with liquid-based formations. Water carries spiritual energy more efficiently than most mediums. I was about to ask her about specific water-based formation texts she might have studied when the scent of warm food drifted into the courtyard. My stomach growled, reminding me that fighting demonic cultivators and trekking through mountains builds quite an appetite. You cultivator types and your dramatic adventures. A voice called from the entrance to the courtyard. The landlady stood there, a tray balanced on one hand. Brought you some dinner. Figured you'd be hungry after whatever trouble you found in those mountains. She placed the tray on a small table near the entrance, a simple meal of steamed buns, rice, and vegetables with a pot of tea, then fixed me with a considering look. Another guest, eh? That'll be an extra silver tael for the night. I nodded and reached into my pouch, producing the coin. Fair enough. The landlady's face creased into a smile as she pocketed the silver. The extra room is yours. Sheets are clean, and there's wash water in the basin. No cultivator nonsense after the night bell, you understand? Some of us normal folk need our sleep. With that, she departed, leaving us alone in the courtyard. Wei Lin approached me, looking slightly embarrassed. Sorry about that. Mrs. Chow has strong opinions about cultivators disturbing her other tenants. She has remarkable confidence for a mortal addressing qi condensation cultivators, I observed. Wei Lin chuckled. She used to be married to an elemental realm cultivator before he ascended to the next realm. Says it gave her perspective on you immortal-seeking types. Lin Mei had begun arranging plates from the tray, her methodical movements betraying her continuing displeasure even as she prepared to share a meal. You should eat, she said, not looking up. Both of you. Then Wei Lin can soak in the purification bath while I examine his injuries. We settled around the small table, the 3 pines casting dappled shadows across our meal as the last light of day faded into dusk. So, Lin Mei said after we had eaten in silence for several minutes. What brings you this way, Queen? When we saw you at the sect gates only a few days ago, you looked like you needed at least a week of recovery after your mission. I swallowed a mouthful of rice, considering my response carefully. The truth was, I hadn't planned to leave the sect so quickly either. But Kujun's ritual had presented an opportunity one couldn't ignore. I had a bad feeling, I replied, meeting her gaze. After you both left the sect, I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. Call it intuition or paranoia, but something kept telling me I needed to come this way. Wei Lin caught my eye before looking away, with me showing interest in the demonic cultivator's corpse. He clearly knew there was more to the story but decided not to press. That was one of the reasons I appreciated his friendship. He understood the value of secrets. Well, your intuition certainly proved correct, Lin Mei said, her expression softening slightly. Cultivation paths often intersect when they're meant to, though I wish this particular intersection hadn't involved Wei Lin nearly getting himself killed. Wei Lin winced. I've said I'm sorry. And you'll keep saying it? She replied, but there was a fondness beneath her stern tone. At least you had Ku'in to help. The heavens must be watching over you. The tension eased, and our meal continued with lighter conversation, discussions of the upcoming tournament, speculation about which disciples would advance to the inner sect, gossip about various sect elders. As we finished eating, Lin Mei stood and began preparing the purification bath, adding additional herbs to the water and activating the formation stones with precise bursts of spiritual energy. The array came to life, pale blue light tracing complex patterns across the courtyard stones. She looked up at me, a hint of uncertainty in her expression. Ku'in, I know you're studying formations with Elder Chen Yong. Would you mind checking my work? I've never handled demonic energy this pure before, and I want to be certain the purification array is properly configured. I nodded, surprised but pleased by her request. It was rare for cultivators to openly ask for assessment of their work, especially from someone at a similar cultivation stage. It spoke to both her humility and her genuine concern for Wei Lin's safety. Of course, I replied, approaching the array. I circled it slowly, examining each component with both physical and spiritual senses, tracing the energy flows with my perception. Your basic structure is excellent, I began, stopping at the northeastern pillar. The 5-element balancing is precisely calibrated for Wei Lin's merchant's path. I particularly like how you've incorporated these water aspect amplifiers to boost the purification efficiency. Lin Mei nodded, following my analysis. I was concerned about the counterflow here, she said, pointing to where two energy streams intersected. With demonic energy, the corruption tends to resist standard purification methods. I knelt beside the point she indicated, studying the energy patterns. You're right to be concerned. Demonic chi this concentrated could potentially overload this junction. I traced a small modification in the air, using a wisp of spiritual energy to demonstrate. If you adjust the angle here and add a secondary release valve, like this, the system becomes self-regulating. Lin Mei watched closely, her eyes widening slightly as she grasped the implication. That's brilliant, she said. It creates a feedback loop that intensifies purification in proportion to corruption levels. Exactly, I confirmed, pleased by her quick understanding. I'd also suggest strengthening the containment barrier around the perimeter. Not because your design is flawed, I added quickly, but because demonic energy from an 8th-stage cultivator might behave unpredictably. I showed her a simple reinforcement technique that I had read about at the library, one that created overlapping layers of protection rather than a single stronger barrier. Lin Mei implemented the changes immediately. Other than those minor tweaks, it's remarkably well designed, I concluded. You have a natural talent for formation work, especially the integration of herbalism principles. Most traditional formation masters overlook the potential of organic components. Lin Mei seemed genuinely pleased by the compliment. Thank you. That means a lot coming from someone who studies with Elder Chen Yong. I've only read about his formation innovations in the sect archives. Sometimes I forgot how others viewed Elder Chen Yong, as a formation prodigy, a life realm expert whose innovations were studied in hushed tones by aspiring disciples. To them, he was a legendary figure, distant and awe-inspiring. To me, he was just my drunk master, powerful and eccentric, yes, but also the man who belched after downing too much spirit wine. who sometimes dozed off mid-lesson when the afternoon sun hit just right, and who pretended to be a crippled mortal running a modest shop when he could have commanded respect with a mere glance. The contrast between public perception and my daily reality with him was sometimes jarring. "You should consider formal formation training," I suggested, pushing aside these thoughts. "With your foundation in herbalism and water arts, you could develop a unique approach. Specialized formation masters are always in demand." Our discussion was interrupted as Wei Lin began removing his torn outer robes, revealing several minor wounds across his torso and arms, nothing life-threatening, but certainly painful. Lin Mei clicked her tongue in disapproval as she assessed the damage. "This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon." "Into the bath," she directed. "The herbs will cleanse your meridians while I treat these cuts." As Wei Lin settled into the glowing water, I excused myself to the room I'd been assigned, deciding to give them privacy. The small chamber was exactly as the landlady had described. Clean but simple, with a sleeping mat, a low table, a single cushion, and a basin of wash water. I closed the sliding door behind me and activated a basic privacy formation. Nothing that would alarm Mrs. Chow, just enough to ensure I wouldn't be disturbed. From my storage ring, I extracted a small portion of Zhao Sun's withered remains, specifically focusing on collecting the demonic blood that remained. "Are you certain about this, Master?" Azure's voice spoke in my mind. "Not entirely," I admitted silently. "But the potential benefits outweigh the risks. The Celestial Trade Nexus could provide resources we can't obtain elsewhere," Azure acknowledged. "Still, blood arts are not to be taken lightly." I nodded, carefully transferring the dark, viscous liquid into a jade vial. Even nearly drained of spiritual essence, Zhao Sun's blood retained an unsettling quality, too thick and too dark. "Kujun's method requires demonic blood from a cultivator at my current stage," I said, studying the vial. "Zhao Sun was 8th stage, same as me. It's ideal." "And you trust Kujun's guidance?" Azure asked, the question gentle but pointed. I laughed softly. "Trust is a strong word. Let's say I'm calculating the probabilities. He wants me to eventually free his main body, which means he needs me alive and functioning. It's not in his interest to give me false information about this ritual." I set the vial aside and began arranging the other materials I'd need. Formation flags, purified spirit stones, a silver needle for bloodletting, and writing materials for the necessary talismans. The ritual wouldn't be particularly complex. Kujun had been very specific about keeping it simple to avoid detection, but precision would be critical. "I'll perform it tomorrow night," I decided. For now, I should rest and prepare my mind. Through the thin paper door, I could hear Wei Lin and Lin Mei's muffled voices from the courtyard. Their tones had softened, the earlier tension giving way to something more intimate. I smiled slightly, happy for my friends despite the complications their relationship might face in the cultivation world. Relationships between cultivators were rarely simple. The pursuit of immortality demanded focus, sacrifice, and often solitude. Those who formed deep attachments risked having those bonds exploited by enemies or tested by the heavens. Yet many still sought connection, unwilling to walk the lonely path of cultivation without at least trying to bring someone alongside them. I settled into a cross-legged position on the sleeping mat, allowing my awareness to expand. The town around us hummed with ordinary life. Merchants closing shops, families gathering for evening meals, children being called in from play. Above, the night sky revealed a tapestry of stars, each one representing possibilities, other worlds, other paths. My thoughts drifted to Wei Lin's breakthrough. The jump from 8th to 9th stage of qi condensation was significant, the final step before attempting to break through to the elemental realm. For most cultivators, this transition took months or even years of preparation, yet Wei Lin had accelerated the process dramatically through his encounter with Zhao Sun. Was it luck, destiny, or simply the chaos that seemed to follow cultivators of beyond heaven rank methods? The World Tree Sutra had brought similar unexpected developments to my own path. When I'd first awakened in this world, in this body, I could never have anticipated where the journey would lead. Inner worlds with dual suns, connections to other realms, encounters with ancient blood cultivators and mysterious masked enemies. A soft knock at my door interrupted my musing. Ku'in, Lin Mei's voice called. Wei Lin is ready to attempt his breakthrough. He wanted to know if you'd like to watch. I rose and slid the door open. Lin Mei stood there, her earlier anger apparently resolved. Her robes were damp in places from helping Wei Lin with the purification bath, and she carried a small pot of what smelled like medicinal salve. Yeah, sure, I replied. She led me back to the courtyard where Wei Lin sat in the center of the purification array, the water now drained from the tub. In its place, the jade container of demonic qi rested on a small stand, its dark contents swirling with malevolent energy. Wei Lin himself had changed into clean meditation robes, his wet hair tied back from his face, his expression one of focused anticipation. I noticed that Lin Mei had implemented all of my suggested modifications to the formation, plus added a few clever flourishes of her own. The containment barrier now pulsed with layered protection, and the energy flow junctions had been recalibrated to handle the demonic qi more efficiently. She'd even added a small pressure release subsystem that hadn't been in my original suggestion, an elegant innovation that would prevent energy buildup in the critical pathways. Final preparations? I asked, nodding appreciatively at the enhanced formation. She nodded. The demonic qi is potent. These secondary formations will help filter any corrupt influences while allowing the pure energy to flow into his ninth stall. She gestured to the modifications we'd discussed. Your suggestions improved the efficiency by at least 30%. Thank you. If we're right, I could break through to stage 9 qi condensation tonight. Wei Lin smiled. I studied the spirit stone arrangement, impressed by the insight. She'd created a secondary array within the primary formation, a cycling pattern that would capture overflow energy from the 8th stall completion and redirect it to catalyze the 9th. It was an elegant solution that showed real formation talent. The pattern is perfect for energy recycling, I commented. Advanced concept for self-taught formation work. Lin Mei smiled slightly at the compliment. I adapted it from one of the water circulation diagrams in the sect library. Formation principles and water movement follow similar patterns. It was an ambitious plan. Most cultivators would stabilize a new energy structure before attempting to build another. But Wei Lin's merchant's path operated differently from conventional methods. The marketplace model of his inner world allowed for more fluid energy conversion and exchange. The demonic qi has catalyzed something already, Wei Lin explained, excitement clear in his voice despite his attempt at scholarly detachment. Not just the 8th stall, but also my black market stall. Lin Mei frowned slightly at the name. It still sounds ominous. But accurate, Wei Lin countered with a grin. It will handle the shadowy transactions that the regular marketplace can't accommodate. Energy conversions that would normally be considered problematic. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds dangerously close to demonic cultivation. It's not, Wei Lin assured me. The merchant's path isn't about the energy types themselves, but about the principles of exchange. The black market simply allows for exchanges with higher risk and higher reward. Lin Mei finished her preparations and stepped back, surveying her work with critical eyes. Everything's ready, she announced. We should give Wei Lin space now. The breakthrough could release significant energy. We retreated to the edge of the courtyard, positioning ourselves beneath one of the pine trees. Lin Mei's hands were clasped tightly together, her knuckles white with tension. Despite her earlier anger, her concern for Wei Lin was evident. He'll succeed, I told her quietly. His method is unorthodox but effective, and he has excellent formation support. I nodded toward her work appreciatively. Your integration of herbalism principles with traditional formation structures creates something unique. Elder Chen Yong would be impressed. She smiled faintly. Thank you. That means a lot. I've been researching demonic energy purification techniques ever before he told me his plan. It's fascinating from a theoretical perspective, even if the practical applications are morally complex. Wei Lin closed his eyes and began the breakthrough process. He made a specific hand gesture, then touched the jade container. Immediately, the demonic chi inside responded, coiling like a live thing sensing its master's call. The dark energy flowed upward in a controlled stream, entering Wei Lin's palm and traveling up his arm, leaving a visible trail of black veins beneath his skin. Lin Mei gasped, but didn't intervene. The purification formations activated automatically, glowing blue sigils rising to intercept the corrupting influence that leaked from the main energy stream. Where blue light touched black energy, there was a soft hissing sound, like water on hot stone. The pressure release subsystem Lin Mei had added began functioning exactly as intended, venting excess corruption safely while maintaining the integrity of the main process. Wei Lin's face contorted with concentration, perhaps even pain, but he maintained the flow. Minutes passed, the demonic chi gradually emptying from the container until nothing remained. When the last trace disappeared into Wei Lin's body, he closed his eyes tighter, his breathing becoming shallow and rapid. "He's integrating it into his inner marketplace," Lin Mei whispered. "This is the dangerous part." I nodded, watching closely. While I couldn't see into Wei Lin's inner world, I could sense the fluctuations in his spiritual energy as he worked. The carefully controlled rhythm of his cultivation suddenly spiked, spiritual pressure radiating outward in a wave that made the lanterns flicker and the pine needles rustle. Lin Mei took an involuntary step forward, but I placed a restraining hand on her arm. "Wait," I advised. "This is normal for a breakthrough." She bit her lip but stayed in place, her gaze never leaving Wei Lin's seated form. The spirit stones arranged around him began to glow, responding to the surge of energy. One by one, they shattered, their essence flowing into Wei Lin's cultivation base. Then, with a final pulse of energy that momentarily illuminated the entire courtyard, Wei Lin's aura stabilized at a new level, unmistakably ninth stage chi condensation. He opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he met Lin Mei's anxious gaze. "It worked," he said. "The black market is ready for business. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it." Lin Mei rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside him to check his condition. Her hands glowed with water attribute energy as she pressed them to various points on his body. "Your meridians are strained but intact," she reported, relief evident in her voice. "No signs of corruption or chi deviation. You actually did it, you crazy merchant." Wei Lin laughed, the sound tired but genuinely happy. "Of course I did. I had excellent support." He caught her hand, squeezing it gently. "Thank you, Lin Mei. I couldn't have done this without you." The intimate moment made me feel like an intruder, cleared my throat. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Wei Lin. This puts you in an excellent position for the tournament." Wei Lin nodded, still holding Lin Mei's hand. "Thanks to you as well, Queen. If you hadn't arrived when you did." "Let's not dwell on what might have been," I said, waving away his gratitude. "You should rest now. 2 breakthroughs in rapid succession will require time to stabilize." Lin Mei helped Wei Lin to his feet. He leaned on her slightly, the exertion of the breakthrough clearly having drained him despite its success. "We'll retire for the night," she said, supporting him toward one of the rooms. "Will you be joining us for breakfast tomorrow?" I nodded. "Of course. We have much to discuss before returning to the sect." They bid me good night and retreated to their room, sliding the door closed behind them. Alone in the courtyard, I took a moment to appreciate the peace of the evening. The gentle sway of the pine branches, the distant sounds of the town settling into night, the cool mountain air carrying the scent of herbs from Lin Mei's preparations. Tomorrow I would attempt my own ritual with Zhao Sun's blood, connecting to the celestial trade nexus in search of resources to accelerate my cultivation. The tournament approached, and with it, opportunities and dangers in equal measure. I returned to my room, closing the door and reactivating the privacy formation. As I settled onto my sleeping mat to meditate before rest, Azure's voice spoke in my mind. "Master, there's something you should know," he said, his tone unusually solemn. "About the demonic cultivator, Zhao Sun." "What is it?" I asked, opening my eyes. Before he died, when his mind was breaking, he was repeating the same phrase over and over, Azure explained. I could read the movements of his lips, though no sound emerged. I felt a chill run down my spine, remembering the blood pouring from Zhao Sun's eyes as he stared through me. What was he saying? Azure's response came after a moment of hesitation. The tree sees, the tree knows, the tree remembers. I stared at the ceiling in disbelief. The tree sees, the tree knows, the tree remembers. I repeated slowly, tasting the strange mixture of fear and revelation they carried. He was talking about the Genesis seed. It appears so, Master. The seed broke his mind when he attempted to observe it. I closed my eyes, visualizing the centerpiece of my inner world. The Genesis seed had always been there since I'd begun cultivating the World Tree Sutra, growing from a simple seed to the complex, reality-bending entity it was now. Its roots spread throughout the 4 quadrants of my inner world, anchoring and stabilizing everything. Do you think? I hesitated, almost afraid to voice the thought. Do you think the Genesis seed could be dangerous to me? To its own cultivator? Azure was quiet for a moment, considering. I've never observed any behavior that would suggest malevolence toward you, Master. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was right. I mentally catalogued all the instances where the Genesis seed had acted on my behalf. When the dual suns threatened to drive me mad with their respective energies, the Genesis seed had stabilized them. When Kujun's blood statue tried to possess me, the Genesis seed's roots had imprisoned it. And now, when Zhao Sun attempted to peer into my inner world, the Genesis seed had shattered his mind in retaliation. It's always protected me, I acknowledged, but that doesn't necessarily mean its interests will always align with mine. Many cultivation methods have their own agendas. Indeed, Azure replied. Some cultivation techniques are protective of what they perceive as their food or energy source. They defend their cultivator not out of benevolence, but because they require the cultivator to survive and grow stronger. A chill ran down my spine at the implication. Like a farmer protecting his livestock. I couldn't help but recall cultivation novels I'd read, tales of practitioners who discovered too late that their miraculous techniques were actually feeding off them, or using them as vessels for reincarnated ancient beings. The common thread was always the same. Immense power offered freely at first, only for the true price to be revealed when the cultivator was too committed to turn back. I really hope that's not the case here, I muttered, suppressing a shiver. The last thing I need is to discover I've been cultivating the equivalent of a cosmic parasite. The phrase could have multiple interpretations, Master. Azure attempted to reassure me. Consider, the tree remembers. This might suggest that the Genesis seed retains knowledge of worlds it has accessed, perhaps even worlds that other World Tree Sutra cultivators have visited. A shared memory across practitioners? I considered this. That would explain why seeing it would break a chi condensation cultivator's mind. Imagine perceiving thousands of years of accumulated knowledge from countless worlds all at once. Azure continued. It would be like a mortal glimpsing the full breadth of the cosmos, overwhelming to the point of madness. I nodded, finding this interpretation more palatable than the alternative. Still, a lingering doubt remained. Whatever the case, all beyond heaven cultivation methods have their dangers, I said, more to reassure myself than anything else. That's expected. That's fine. I just hope I never reach a point where I have to fight my own cultivation method. The very thought was absurd, yet strangely plausible. If the Genesis seed were truly sentient in some way, with its own desires and goals, I pushed the thought aside. That was a problem for another day, hopefully a day that would never come. For now, let's focus on more immediate concerns, I said, settling back onto my meditation mat. Tomorrow morning after breakfast, I'll awaken Kujun's statue and figure out the next steps for connecting to the Nexus. One crisis at a time. Good night, Master. Azure's presence dimmed slightly as he withdrew to allow me to rest. Good night, I whispered, already feeling sleep tugging at the edges of my consciousness. As I drifted off, I couldn't shake the image of Zhao Sun's blood-filled eyes, wide with horror as they gazed into realms of understanding no mortal mind was meant to comprehend. The tree sees, the tree knows, the tree remembers, and I was its caretaker for better or worse. The morning sun entered through the windows of our small courtyard rooms, casting warm patterns across the simple wooden table where we shared breakfast. Wei Lin was practically glowing, not just from the sunlight, but from the unmistakable radiance of a successful breakthrough. "Pass the kanji, would you?" Lin Mei asked, her eyes never leaving Wei Lin as if he might vanish if she looked away. The events of last night had clearly left her shaken, though relief had replaced most of her earlier anger. I slid the earthenware pot toward her, watching as Wei Lin casually floated a spoon through the air with a flick of his finger. "Show off." "So," I said, breaking the comfortable silence. "How does it feel to be looking down at us lowly peasants from your lofty ninth stage heights?" Wei Lin grinned, popping a slice of pickled radish into his mouth. "Honestly? Strange. I've spent so long planning each step of my cultivation that suddenly skipping ahead feels unearned, somehow." He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers as if testing their reality. "I keep expecting to wake up and find it was just a dream. Nothing unearned about it," I countered. "You left the safety of the sect in search for the breakthrough. You nearly died for it." "Ku Yin's right," Lin Mei added, her stern expression softening. "Though I still think you were reckless." She poked his arm with her chopsticks for emphasis. Wei Lin caught her hand, his expression growing serious. "I know, and I'm sorry for worrying you, but I don't regret the outcome." His gaze shifted to me. "Both of us having beyond heaven rank methods means our paths are bound to be unconventional." I nodded. We shared something that set us apart from other disciples, cultivation methods that defied normal progression, that stretched the boundaries of what was possible. "It's nice," I admitted, "having someone who won't get left behind." The moment the words left my mouth, I realized how arrogant they sounded. That came out wrong. "I just meant—" "No, I understand," Wei Lin laughed. "Most beyond heaven rank cultivators end up isolated. Their peers can't keep up, and their seniors see them as threats." He raised his teacup in a mock toast. "To abnormal cultivation paths and the friends who walk them." Lin Mei rolled her eyes but smiled. "You too and your secret society of weird cultivation methods," says the woman who combines herbalism and formation arts like nobody else, I replied. "Don't pretend you're normal either." We continued breakfast, discussing the upcoming tournament at the sect and Wei Lin's plans for his 9th marketplace stall. The comfortable banter felt alien yet comforting, a slice of normality in the chaos of cultivation. "What are your plans for today, Ku Yin?" Lin Mei asked, gathering the empty dishes. "We should head back to the sect by tomorrow at the latest. The tournament prelims start in a few days." I nodded, having already decided my course of action. "I have some meditation to catch up on." "We'll be in town gathering supplies," Wei Lin said. "Lin Mei wants to stock up on some rare herbs they sell here in the mountain markets." "Perfect," I replied. "I'll meet you for dinner then?" We agreed on a time, and after helping clear the table, I retreated to my room. As soon as the sliding door closed behind me, I activated a more comprehensive privacy formation than the one I'd used the previous night. This one would not only prevent sound from escaping but would also mask any spiritual fluctuations that might occur during the ritual I was about to attempt. Taking a deep breath, I settled into a cross-legged position on the sleeping mat and closed my eyes, focusing my awareness inward to enter my inner world. The Genesis seed stood proud at the center, its roots spreading outward into the 4 distinct quadrants I'd so carefully constructed. And there, wrapped in those roots, was Kujun's blood statue, crimson and motionless, still under the influence of my blue sun calligraphy. I approached cautiously, studying the statue's features. Even frozen, there was something unsettling about the blood-red sculpture of my supposed ancestor. Perhaps it was the knowledge of what he'd attempted to do to me, or perhaps it was simply the unnatural stillness of something I knew to be animate. With a gesture, I summoned a small portion of blue sun energy, forming it into a countersymbol to the sleep character I'd inscribed on Kujun's forehead. The azure glyph hovered between my fingers for a moment before I sent it floating forward to merge with the original character. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. There was a flash of blue light, and the sleep symbol dissolved. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the blood-red eyes of the statue opened, focusing immediately on me with unnerving intensity. "That was unnecessary," Kujun said, his voice carrying a hint of annoyance, "and frankly discourteous. Forgive me for not extending the highest courtesies to someone who tried to possess my body," I replied dryly. "Consider it a reasonable precaution." Kujun's expression shifted to one of mild amusement. "Fair enough, descendant. I see you've returned promptly. I take that to mean you've secured what we need for the ritual." I nodded, producing the vial of Zhao Sun's blood. Though only in spiritual form, a projection of the real vial I'd prepared in the physical world. Demonic blood from a stage 8 cultivator, as requested. Fresh enough that it still carries his spiritual essence. Kujun's eyes widened slightly. "Impressive," he admitted. "I expected you to take much longer hunting a demonic beast. Where did you find a demonic cultivator?" "He found us," I said simply. "He made the mistake of targeting my friend." "Convenient timing," Kujun remarked. "The World Tree Sutra cultivators have always had remarkable luck. Perhaps it's not coincidence but some innate affinity for finding what you need across worlds." I shrugged. "I've obtained the blood. Now tell me exactly how this ritual works." Kujun's lips curved into a thin smile. "Eager, aren't we? Very well." He shifted slightly within his restraints, the Genesis seed's roots adjusting to maintain their grip. "The ritual requires 3 components. The physical setup in your external body's world, the spiritual connection to me within your inner world, and the ethereal projection to the Nexus itself." I settled cross-legged on the ground before him, prepared to absorb every detail. This wasn't the kind of technique where approximations would suffice. "First," Kujun began, "you must prepare a space in the physical world, ideally circular, with the demonic blood placed at the center of a 3-point formation. Use spirit stones at each of the 3 points to stabilize the energy flow. The formation doesn't need to be complex, just balanced." "Simple enough," I nodded. "What next?" "Once the physical formation is active, you'll enter meditation and return here, to your inner world. Then guide your spiritual sense to link with the demonic blood through me, essentially using your connection to me and my bloodline's connection to the demonic arts to create a bridge." I frowned. "That sounds intimate." "Worried I'll try to possess you again?" Kujun laughed. "Don't be. The Genesis seed has me thoroughly contained, and this process creates a one-way channel only. Think of it as borrowing my knowledge rather than my influence." I wasn't entirely convinced, but I nodded for him to continue. "The final step is the most delicate," he said, his tone growing serious. "Once the bridge is established, channel the ethereal link technique. You'll need to execute it perfectly the first time. There's no room for error when connecting to the Nexus." "And if I make a mistake?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. "Best case? Nothing happens and we try again after you recover. Worst case?" His blood-red eyes gleamed. "Your consciousness gets lost between realms, leaving your body an empty shell. But don't worry, that is extremely rare, and your technique only needs to be 90% correct. I'll handle the rest." "How comforting," I muttered. Kujun continued as if he hadn't heard my sarcasm. "Once connected, your astral form will manifest within the Nexus. Because you're entering through me, using demonic blood as a medium, you'll appear as a shadow figure, faceless, identityless, but unmistakably carrying the aura of a blood cultivator. Which should keep anyone from recognizing me." I nodded. "Precisely. Even if you encountered someone from your sect, they would never connect the shadowy blood cultivator to the unassuming Ku'in." I considered this for a moment. "I'll need something to trade once I'm there. The Nexus operates on exchange, not charity." Yes, about that. Kajun paused. I can provide you with knowledge to trade, techniques and insights from my centuries of cultivation. They won't be my highest arts, mind you, but still valuable enough to secure what you need. Blood arts? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Among others, he admitted. Some combat techniques that don't rely on blood, some alchemical formulas, perhaps a formation or two. Fragments, mostly what this splinter of consciousness still retains clearly. Very well, I agreed. But I choose which techniques to offer. I won't trade anything that might compromise my cultivation path or draw Heaven's Mandate's attention. Heaven's Mandate has no jurisdiction in the Nexus, but there's no harm in being safe, I guess. Kajun laughed. Now come closer. The transmission of these techniques requires proximity. I approached cautiously until I stood just beyond arm's reach of the restrained statue. Kajun closed his eyes in concentration, and a moment later, I felt the familiar sensation of knowledge being imprinted directly into my spiritual sense. Not words or images, but complete understanding flowing into me like water into a vessel. The techniques varied widely. Some were simple combat arts that used blood only as a medium for spiritual energy, while others were more complex rituals that required significant blood sacrifice. There were alchemical formulas that used blood as a catalyst, formations that incorporated blood as a binding agent, and even a few basic techniques for blood refinement that could purify tainted essence. I sorted through them mentally. Techniques from a civilization realm expert, Azure could analyze them later and draw some valuable insights. One in particular caught my interest, a technique for creating a blood shadow clone that could operate independently for a limited time. These should be enough, I said as the transmission completed. Now, before I leave, there's something I've been wondering about. Kajun raised an eyebrow, looking almost amused at my audacity in asking questions after he'd held up his end of the bargain. Yes. You recognized that I'm a World Tree Sutra cultivator immediately, calling me a world walker. Yet my own master, Elder Qinyong, a life realm expert, has never once mentioned this aspect of my cultivation method. Why is that? Why don't more people seem to know about world walkers? Kajun's laughter echoed through my inner world, causing ripples across the spiritual landscape. You think your life realm master would know? How amusing. He shook his head, blood-red eyes gleaming with dark humor. No, a life realm cultivator like your Elder Qinyong likely has no concept of world walking or its significance. That knowledge is carefully guarded, accessible only to those at the highest levels of cultivation sections. My mind raced. Then who? Your sect master would know, Kajun cut in. Those who reach the civilization realm and beyond gain access to knowledge forbidden to lower cultivators, just like knowledge of the Nexus is forbidden to those below the life realm. I nodded slowly, processing this information. It made perfect sense. The cultivation world operated on strictly guarded tiers of knowledge, each realm unlocking secrets hidden from those below. World walking is one of the most coveted abilities among high realm cultivators, constantly seeking new resources, new insights, new worlds to explore. Kajun continued. A cultivator who can naturally traverse realities? When you break through to the higher realms, you'll be hunted like a spiritual beast with an invaluable core. The revelation sent a chill down my spine. It now made complete sense why the sect master had personally asked Elder Qinyong to keep an eye on me. At the time, I'd assumed it was standard procedure for promising disciples. So Elder Qinyong is watching me without even knowing why, I murmured, pieces falling into place. Precisely, Kajun nodded. He follows orders without understanding their true purpose. A perfect arrangement. It keeps you under observation while limiting how many know your true value. I frowned, processing this unsettling information. The idea that I was being monitored as some kind of valuable asset rather than a disciple was troubling. Yet I couldn't dismiss Kajun's warning. Never mistake a sect's interest for benevolence, Kajun added, his voice softening slightly. Even the most compassionate elder serves the sect's interests first, always. The words struck closer to home than I wanted to admit. Elder Qinyong had been a genuine mentor to me, but his primary loyalty would always be to the sect. I couldn't fault him for that. It was the nature of the cultivation world. I gazed up at the dual suns of my inner world, contemplating the strange twists of fate that had brought me here. Of all the cultivation methods I might have encountered after awakening in this body, I'd somehow acquired one so valuable that it warranted special attention from the highest levels of the sect. And I just happened to luck into this cultivation method. I murmured more to myself than to him. Kujun's expression grew cunning. Luck? I wonder. The World Tree Sutra doesn't choose its practitioners randomly. Descendant. Something in you resonated with it, perhaps an affinity for traversing worlds that existed before you even encountered the method. I tensed imperceptibly, a cold sensation washing through my spiritual form. The blood statue's words cut too close to the truth. This was dangerous territory, far more precarious than discussions of blood arts or the masked one. If cultivators discovered I was truly from another world entirely, not just a world walker but an actual outsider. An interesting theory, I replied, forcing a thoughtful expression while carefully avoiding any reaction that might betray my unease. Though cultivation paths often seem more about circumstance than predestination, the World Tree Sutra was simply available when I needed a method. A half-truth, but better than revealing too much. I watched Kujun's reaction closely, ready to redirect the conversation if he pressed further. Circumstance. Kujun's blood-red eyes gleamed with amusement. Perhaps, or perhaps circumstance itself follows deeper patterns we rarely perceive. The mysteries of cultivation selection run deeper than most imagine. I chose not to respond to that dangerous line of inquiry. Fortunately, Azure materialized beside me just then, his timing impeccable as always. Master, he said, I believe we should proceed with the ritual if you intend to visit the Nexus today. The privacy formations in the physical world will not last indefinitely. He's right, I said, shooting a glance at Kujun. We can discuss philosophy another time. Kujun inclined his head slightly. Of course, though I suggest you give some thought to what cultivation is. The process might have benefit you. With that enigmatic remark hanging in the air, I withdrew my consciousness from my inner world, returning to the physical reality of my small room in the inn. The privacy formation still hummed with energy, undisturbed by my spiritual journey. I reached into my storage ring and carefully withdrew the jade vial containing Zhao Sun's demonic blood. Even through the container, I could sense the malevolent energy it contained. Thick, oppressive, and tainted with the essence of a cultivation method designed to drain others. Perfect for my purposes, if not for my conscience. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. Following Kujun's instructions, I arranged 3 spirit stones in a triangle on the floor, each about an arm's length from the center. At the center, I placed the vial of blood, unsealing it carefully to allow the energy within to begin circulating. The blood seemed to pulse in response, as if still containing some echo of life. Next, I drew 3 simple formation lines connecting the spirit stones, creating a balanced triangular array that would contain and direct the energy. Nothing fancy, nothing that would attract attention from anyone scanning for spiritual fluctuations, just enough structure to stabilize the ritual. Once the formation was complete, I took a deep breath and settled into a meditation position at one of the triangle's points. The array hummed with quiet energy, the spirit stones glowing softly as they activated. The demonic blood at the center began to stir, rising slightly from the vial to hover in the air, held there by the balanced forces of the formation. Closing my eyes, I guided my consciousness back to my inner world. Kujun was waiting, his blood-red eyes tracking my arrival. The formation is active? I nodded. Everything is arranged as you described. Good. Now extend your spiritual sense toward me. We need a direct connection between your consciousness and my blood essence. As my spiritual sense cautiously made contact with Kujun's form, I felt a strange resonance, like plucking a string and hearing an unexpected harmony. The blood statue's essence vibrated in response, and suddenly I could sense the demonic blood in the physical world as if it were an extension of myself. Yes, Kejun's voice echoed, somehow both in my inner world and reverberating through the spiritual connection. Now we forged the bridge. A surge of energy flowed from Kejun into my spiritual sense. Not invasive but guiding, showing rather than controlling. I could perceive the demonic blood with unprecedented clarity. Every droplet, every trace of tainted essence, every lingering fragment of Zhao Sun's cultivation technique. The blood recognizes my essence, Kejun explained. Blood calls to blood, especially when infused with spiritual power. Now, direct your attention to the universal coordinates I showed you previously. I focused my mind on the complex geometric pattern I'd memorized, the multidimensional address of the celestial trade nexus. It wasn't a physical location that could be described in terms of distance or direction, but rather a fixed point in the abstract space between realms. Perfect, Kejun murmured. Now execute the ethereal link technique. Remember, precision is everything. The technique unfolded in my mind like a blooming flower, each petal representing a different component. Energy circulation patterns, spiritual focus points, the exact sequence of consciousness projection. It was both simpler and more complex than I'd expected. A technique that required perfect execution despite having relatively few steps. I began the process, carefully following each mental movement exactly as Kejun had shown me. My consciousness separated from my spiritual body, forming a distinct projection that remained tethered to my inner world by a gossamer thread of awareness. This projection then aligned itself with the universal coordinates, the geometric pattern serving as both destination and key. Now, Kejun instructed, channel a portion of the demonic blood's essence through our connection. Not too much, just enough to mask your signature. I hesitated briefly, then carefully drew a minimal amount of the tainted energy through the bridge we'd established. The demonic chi was hot and angry, seeming to resist my control even as it flowed along the path I created. When it reached my astral projection, it spread like ink in water, enveloping my spiritual form in a dark shroud. The final step, Kejun said, his voice growing distant as my consciousness pulled away from my inner world. Activate the ethereal link with the coordinates as your anchor. Your astral form will do the rest. With a final push of will, I completed the technique. The tethered projection shot forward along an invisible path, guided by the coordinates embedded in my spiritual sense. There was a moment of disorientation, a sensation of passing through something both thick and insubstantial, and then, emptiness. I existed in a void, or what seemed like one at first glance. As my awareness adjusted, however, details began to emerge from the darkness. This wasn't true emptiness. It was a vast, open space, seemingly infinite in all directions. There was no sky, no ground, no clear source of the soft ambient light that permeated everything. Looking down at myself, I saw only darkness, a vaguely humanoid shape composed of shadow and mist, with occasional flickers of blood-red energy pulsing through the form. Nothing of my true self was visible, just as Kejun had promised. In the distance, though distance seemed a flexible concept here, I began to perceive structures. Buildings, perhaps, or something analogous to them, arranged in patterns that defied conventional geometry. Some appeared to hover at impossible angles, others seemed to phase in and out of existence as I focused on them. And there were other figures moving among these structures. Most were shadowy like myself, though with variations in their auras that likely represented different cultivation methods or disguise techniques. Others appeared more substantial, beings of light or energy rather than physical form, some humanoid, others distinctly not. I had arrived. The celestial trade nexus, the greatest marketplace in all the cultivation realms, accessible only to those of life realm or above, or those willing to risk forbidden methods to bypass the restrictions. As I oriented myself, a voice seemed to materialize directly in my consciousness. Neither male nor female, neither young nor old. Welcome, traveler. The Nexus acknowledges your presence. Trade freely but adhere to our laws. Violence against other traders is forbidden. Attempts to trace others' coordinates will result in immediate expulsion. Respect the neutrality of the Nexus, and it shall respect your autonomy. The message faded as quickly as it had come, leaving me alone with my shadowy form and the infinite marketplace spreading before me. Unlike typical cultivators who came to the Nexus seeking specific treasures, I faced a more nebulous challenge. My inner world was unique. Dual suns, a Genesis seed, and a structure unlike anything described in sect texts. What I needed wasn't something as straightforward as a particular herb or formation material, but something that would resonate with my world's specific nature. And all I had to do to find it was navigate the most exclusive and dangerous marketplace in existence while disguised as a blood cultivator, trading in techniques I barely understood myself. What could possibly go wrong? Incense smoke curled through the dim chamber of the Hollow Vein sect's eastern compound. Blood-red light filtered through stained windows, casting crimson patterns across Xue Machen's meditation platform. The infamous Crimson Ghost Monarch, Dawnshade of the Hollow Vein sect, sat cross-legged atop a dais crafted from black jade, its surface engraved with veins that periodically filled with actual blood, a formation that recycled his essence when he meditated. He cast a cold glance at the 3 junior disciples standing guard at the perimeter. Their eyes remained fixed on the floor, bodies rigid with fear. Good. They remembered what had happened to the last disciple who had dared to look directly at him during his cultivation sessions. The boy's desiccated corpse still hung in the sect's punishment hall as a reminder. Yet, as Xue Machen formed the hand seals to begin his meditation, a flicker of discomfort passed through him at the memory. Once, he would have felt nothing but satisfaction at such displays of power. Now, they left a sour taste that he couldn't quite dismiss. "Leave me," he commanded, his voice carrying the unmistakable authority of a life realm cultivator. "Ensure I am not disturbed." The disciples bowed deeply and backed out of the chamber. Only when the heavy doors closed did Xue Machen allow his shoulders to relax slightly. He reached into his robe and withdrew a small silk pouch, carefully opening it to reveal a simple wooden comb. Nothing special to most eyes, but to Xue Machen, it represented everything he now desired. A gift from Lan Yueru, the mortal woman who had somehow pierced the darkness of his heart. "For the last time," he whispered, tracing the comb's teeth with his pale finger. "Today I find the means to free us both." He returned the comb to its hiding place and closed his crimson eyes. His pale fingers formed a complex seal, each digit precisely positioned to channel qi through the meridians governing blood flow. His consciousness turned inward, detaching from the physical world with the ease of a cultivator who had performed this transition countless times over centuries. A moment of darkness, a sensation of falling, and then he stood within his inner world. The crimson sea stretched before him, an endless ocean of blood that extended to the horizon in all directions. Unlike the churning seas of the mortal realm, this one remained perfectly still, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a sky that held neither sun nor moon but countless crimson stars. The metallic scent of blood permeated everything, a constant reminder of the path he had chosen. Yet changes had appeared in this landscape over recent months. At the horizon's edge, a thin line of normal blue sea had begun to form, gradually pushing back the blood waters. And directly above where Xue Machen stood, a single white star now shone among the crimson constellation, small but undeniable. Machen knelt at the sea's edge, examining the microscopic life that teemed within the crimson waters. As a life realm cultivator, his inner world had long ago developed its own ecosystem. Tiny blood essence creatures, each no larger than a grain of sand, swarmed in dense clouds beneath the surface. These were blood mites, living manifestations of his cultivation that helped purify and refine the crimson essence that powered his techniques. He frowned, noticing how the swarms had thinned since his last meditation. Many of the once vibrant blood mites now floated lifelessly on the surface, their tiny bodies beginning to crystallize into what appeared to be clear droplets of water. Other blood mites seemed to be transforming, their bodies losing their crimson hue and becoming translucent. Further out, the blood coral formations that had once jutted proudly from the sea now appeared sickly. Their usual pulsating rhythm had slowed, and the outer edges were turning pale, almost white in some places. Several had crumbled entirely, dissolving back into the sea. Most concerning were the blood sprites, thumbnail-sized humanoid creatures that usually darted playfully through the air above the Crimson Sea. Half their number seemed to have vanished, and those that remained moved sluggishly, their bright red glow dimmed to a pale pink. One landed weakly on Machin's outstretched palm, its tiny face contorted in what might have been pain. "Master returns," came a voice like liquid being poured over stone. From the blood sea rose a figure, humanoid but only vaguely so. Its body appeared to be composed entirely of congealed blood, with no distinct facial features save for two gleaming points where eyes should be. This was Xue Shi, the manifestation of Xue Machin's inner world spirit. Unlike more evolved spirits, Xue Shi remained primitive, more instinct than intellect, though it had slowly developed rudimentary sentience over the centuries. "Xue Shi," Machin acknowledged with a nod. The blue waters spread further. The blood construct tilted its featureless head. "Blue waters grow. Master changes." Its voice bubbled wetly, as if speaking required great effort. Xue Shi, confused. Master was blood. Only blood. Machin's jaw tightened. Even this simple creature could see what he struggled to accept. His centuries-old dedication to the blood path was faltering, eroded by something as mundane as love for a mortal woman. "The life forms are dying," Machin said, watching as the blood sprite on his palm dissolved into mist, or transforming. "I cannot tell which." Xue Shi extended what might have been an arm, gathering some of the fading mist. "Not dying, changing, as all things here change." It released the mist, which drifted toward the distant blue waters. "They follow Master's heart." "You're right. The inner world's confusion mirrors my own," Machin admitted, surprising himself with the confession. "My Tao is changing, Xue Shi. The principles that have governed my cultivation for centuries are shifting." The blood construct rippled with agitation. "Dangerous. Very dangerous. Heart demon could form." Machin nodded grimly. "I know the risks. When a cultivator's Tao wavers, when fundamental beliefs change, the conflict creates instability." He gazed at the distant blue waters. "I've seen cultivators suffer catastrophic qi deviation from less significant shifts. Their meridians rupturing, their dantians exploding, their consciousness fragmenting. Master could die," Xue Shi stated bluntly. "Or worse." "Yes," Machin agreed. "But there's another possibility." He pointed to where the blue waters met the Crimson Sea. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. There, impossibly, new life was forming, hybrid creatures that seemed to exist in both states simultaneously. Tiny fish with scales that shifted between crimson and crystal clear, coral formations that pulsed with both blood essence and pure water energy. The ancient texts speak of rare cultivators who successfully transitioned between cultivation paths. Instead of fighting the change, they embraced it, using the moment of transformation as a bridge between methods. A blood sprite, different from the others, flew past his face. Unlike its dying brethren, this one seemed to be evolving, its form more defined, its glow a mixture of red and pure white light. It circled Machin's head once before darting toward the horizon where the waters changed. Xue Shi's form seemed to concentrate, becoming slightly more defined as it processed this information. Not lose cultivation, but change it. Yes. Machin paced along the blood sea's surface, his footsteps leaving temporary platforms of solidified crimson. If I can navigate this transition correctly, I could abandon the blood path without losing centuries of progress. My foundation would remain, but its nature would transform. He gestured to the transforming life forms. Just as these creatures are adapting rather than simply perishing. But first, Master needs escape, Xue Shi observed. Sect Master Crimson Widow not allow change. Today will be a turning point, he said, steering the conversation toward his immediate goal. I seek a technique to perfect my blood fiend clone art. Xue Shi's form rippled with what might have been recognition. The false death technique. For escape. Yes. Machin continued pacing. Sect Master Crimson Widow watches me constantly. She expects me to become her successor, to continue her legacy of atrocities. His lip curled in disgust. I've played the loyal disciple for decades while secretly developing this technique, but it remains incomplete. The blood construct's voice bubbled with uncertainty. If Master leaves Blood Path, what becomes of Xueshi? The question gave Machin pause. He had never considered how his inner world spirit might be affected by his changing cultivation. Another complication in an already tangled web. I don't know, he admitted. Perhaps you will change as I do. The white star above us may be a sign that transformation is possible for both of us. He picked up a dying blood mite, watching as it crystallized completely in his palm before shattering into pure, clear droplets. Like these smaller spirits, you may transform rather than perish. Xueshi seemed to accept this, its form settling. And the Butcher of 6 Rivers will be no more? The title struck Machin like a physical blow. He hadn't used that name in over a century, had tried to bury the memories of the 6 riverside villages he had massacred to advance his cultivation. Thousands of innocents, drained of blood to fuel his ascension to the life realm. The rivers had run red for weeks. Never again, he whispered, memories of screaming villagers flashing through his mind. That man is dead, or would be once he found what he needed in the Nexus. His incomplete blood-fiend clone art could create a convincing corpse, but it wouldn't fool a master blood cultivator like Sect Master Crimson Widow. He needed something more sophisticated, something that could simulate the distinct spiritual signature of a true death. Connect me to the Nexus, he commanded, pushing aside his discomfort. I need to search again. The blood construct bowed, its upper body bending at an impossible angle. As Master commands. But Xueshi must warn. Xueshi scared. Path diverges. Blood cultivation weakens with. Paused, seemingly searching for a concept it barely understood. With love. Machin's expression hardened. What would you know of love? You're merely a reflection of my blood path. Reflection. Yes. Xueshi agreed, its voice rippling like the surface of the blood sea. I feel Master's conflict. Blood. Power. Safety. It pointed a dripping appendage toward the distant blue waters where the new hybrid life forms seemed to be thriving. Or woman. Warmth. Danger. Enough. Machin cut the air with his hand. I didn't come here for philosophy. Sect Master Crimson Widow plans to bind me to the sect through a blood pact ritual next month. If I haven't escaped by then, I'll never be free. And neither will Lan Yueru. He walked to the center of the blood sea where a small island had formed, a perfect circle of black stone that rose just inches above the crimson surface. At its center sat a throne carved from what appeared to be solidified blood, faceted like dark ruby and gleaming with inner light. As he approached, he noticed with alarm that one edge of the throne had begun to crystallize, becoming clear like ice or diamond. Shaking the worrying thoughts from his mind, he seated himself on the throne as memories of Lan Yueru filled his mind. Her slender fingers working threads on her loom, the gentle curve of her smile, the fearless way she had touched his face even after witnessing his blood cultivation by accident. She hadn't run screaming. Instead, she had asked him if he was happy with the path he'd chosen. No one had ever asked him that before. Connect me to the Nexus, he repeated, more softly this time. Xueshi dissolved into the blood sea, its essence spreading outward in ripples. The crimson waters began to churn, rising around the island's edges to form a rotating wall of blood. The universal coordinates of the celestial trade nexus appeared in Machin's mind. Unlike lower realm cultivators who needed tricks and workarounds to access the nexus, Machin could establish a direct connection through his life realm authority. The rotating blood wall began to spin faster, creating a vortex of crimson energy that spiraled upward into the starry sky. Ethereal link established. Xueshi's voice echoed from all around, now sounding more like a chorus than an individual. Nexus coordinates locked. Projection initiating. Machin felt the familiar sensation of his consciousness separating from his inner world, stretching thin like a thread of chi before shooting upward through the vortex. A moment of disorientation followed, the inevitable transition phase as his spiritual projection traversed the boundary between realms. Then, suddenly, he stood within the celestial trade nexus. The vast, seemingly infinite expanse stretched in all directions, neither dark nor light but somehow both simultaneously. Structures that defied conventional geometry dotted the landscape. Some like floating pavilions, others resembling inverted mountains or spiraling towers that bent at impossible angles. Traders moved among these structures, some appearing as hooded figures of pure light, others as swirling clouds of elemental energy, and still others as shadowy forms. Within the nexus, one's appearance reflected their cultivation path and the projection method they used, with only the cultivation realm being perceivable to others. Xue Machen's form here was a silhouette of deepest crimson, occasionally rippling with darker shades that betrayed his blood cultivation path. The aura of a life realm cultivator surrounded him, significant enough to command respect from most, but still placing him in the lower tiers of Nexus visitors. Despite having visited countless times, Machen still felt a sense of awe at the celestial trade nexus. Here, at least, he could move freely without worrying about Sect Master Crimson Widow's watchful eye or the weight of his sect's expectations. Here, he could search for his escape. He moved with purpose toward the sector known informally as the Technique Market, an area where cultivation methods, combat arts, and spiritual techniques were traded. What he sought was specific: a method to complete his blood fiend clone art, allowing him to create a perfect simulation of death convincing enough to fool even a civilization realm cultivator. The first stall he approached appeared as a floating scroll surrounded by dancing flames. Its proprietor, a figure composed entirely of fire with two bright points for eyes, nodded in acknowledgement. Life Realm Blood Cultivator. The fire being greeted. What techniques interest you from the Undying Flame sect? Death simulation methods, Machen replied curtly. Something that can fool civilization realm perception, particularly blood cultivators. The fire being flickered, perhaps its version of a laugh. Fire cultivators don't specialize in death arts. Bloodwalker. You might try the Shadow Pavilion 3 structures east. Useless? Machen sneered, turning away without acknowledgement. He caught himself after a few steps, remembering Lan Yueru's gentle chiding about his manners. Reluctantly, he half-turned. Your suggestion is noted. The fire being seemed surprised by this grudging courtesy, its flames brightening momentarily before Machen continued on his way. The Shadow Pavilion proved equally unhelpful. Its proprietor, a constantly shifting mass of darkness that seemed to absorb light, offered techniques for concealment and presence masking, but nothing that could convince a powerful blood cultivator that one of their own had truly perished. You misunderstand our specialty, the shadow being explained. We hide from death. We don't mimic it. If you can't provide what I need, don't waste my time. Machen snapped, his crimson silhouette pulsing with irritation. A kind word costs nothing, he could almost hear Lan Yueru say in his mind. The memory of her voice softened his tone, if only slightly. Is there another marketplace that might better serve my needs? The shadow being's form contracted slightly, a gesture that might have been surprise at this shift in tone. Perhaps the ghost market beyond the central nexus point would serve you better. They specialize in death-related arts. Xue Machen departed with a curt nod, his thoughts in turmoil. Was he becoming weak, extending even this minimal courtesy? Or was this the first step toward the man Lan Yueru believed he could be? The Ghost Market, a collection of spectral pavilions that floated in the distant reaches of the Nexus, yielded techniques for communicating with the dead, for harvesting death essence, even for temporarily crossing into death domains, but nothing for his specific need. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. A ghostly merchant with hollow eyes and translucent skin shook his head at Machen's inquiry. What you seek crosses multiple cultivation domains. Death arts, soul manipulation, blood essence preservation, and perception deception. Such techniques are rare and expensive. I didn't ask about the price, Machen replied, fighting to keep his frustration in check. I need this technique. Without it, I cannot escape my... He stopped himself while the Nexus guaranteed anonymity. Being paranoid was ingrained in him. The ghost merchant raised an eyebrow. Escaping? Are you trying to escape your sect? That's unusual for a life realm cultivator. Most would consider their position enviable. Machin hesitated, wanting to lie, then decided a partial truth might serve him better. My sect's practices have become incompatible with my future goals. Ah! The ghost's expression shifted to something almost like understanding. The Hollow Vein sect has a particularly brutal reputation, even among demonic cultivators. I've heard their blood pacts bind not just the body but portions of the soul. Machin stiffened. How did this merchant know his sect? Had his disguise somehow failed? But no, within the Nexus, identities remained concealed unless deliberately revealed. The ghost merchant smiled thinly. Your reaction confirms my guess. The crimson aura of your projection has distinctive patterns common to that sect. I've been trading here for 10 centuries. I recognize cultivation signatures. If you know who I am, then you know I can pay whatever price you ask. Machin said quietly, abandoning pretense. Do you have what I seek or not? The ghost merchant's form flickered, becoming momentarily more transparent. I do not, but I know someone who might. The Bone Scholar trades in death arts far more advanced than mine. His stall lies at the furthest edge of the ghost market, where it borders the Void Quarter. Machin nodded his thanks, a gesture that would have been unthinkable months ago, and made his way deeper into the ghost market. His thoughts turned to Lan Yueru as he walked. Their meeting had been pure chance, a simple weaver in a lakeside village where he had stopped during a mission. She had offered him shelter during a storm without knowing what he was. 3 visits later, he found himself telling her things he had never spoken aloud to anyone. 3 months later, he realized with shock that he loved her. Now, everything he did was to secure their future. If he remained in the Hollow Vein sect, Sect Master Crimson Widow would eventually discover his feelings for Lan Yueru. The old monster would not hesitate to use the mortal woman as leverage to ensure his continued loyalty. Or worse, drain her for cultivation resources. Blood cultivators were always seeking pure vessels untainted by cultivation energy. The thought made his spiritual projection flicker with rage. He would die before allowing that to happen, which meant his death needed to be absolutely convincing. Lost in these thoughts, he rounded a corner too quickly and nearly collided with another figure coming from the opposite direction. Instinctively, his lips curled into a snarl, a caustic rebuke forming, until he looked up. The figure before him towered over his spiritual projection, its form a deep, almost black crimson. But it wasn't the size that made Machin freeze. It was the unmistakable aura that radiated from the being. Civilization realm. And not just any civilization realm cultivator, but one whose aura carried the distinctive resonance of blood arts. The density of the figure's silhouette, the way light seemed to bend around it rather than penetrate, the faint crimson mist that trailed in its wake, they were all markers of a blood cultivator of unimaginable power. Terror washed through Xue Machin like ice water in his veins. In the hierarchy of the cultivation world, the gap between life realm and civilization realm was vast enough to render any conflict laughable. But among blood cultivators specifically, the disparity carried additional horror. Higher realm blood cultivators were known to use lesser practitioners as cultivation resources. Living batteries to be drained, or worse, experimental subjects for techniques too horrific to test on oneself. Was this ancestor He Gu, the ancient monster whose name was only whispered in the darkest corners of the Hollow Vein sect? Or perhaps one of the other civilization realm blood cultivators whose mere existence caused even the sect master to tremble? All thoughts of arrogance and rudeness evaporated instantly. The powerful figure regarded him silently, its featureless face somehow conveying cold assessment. Machin could feel his spiritual projection trembling, a reflection of the fear in his actual consciousness. In that moment, Xue Machin, the feared Crimson Ghost Monarch, the Butcher of 6 Rivers, the dreaded Dawnshade of the Hollow Vein sect, understood with perfect clarity how it felt to be on the receiving end of overwhelming power. How many had trembled before him just as he now trembled before this civilization realm blood cultivator? Without hesitation, he bowed deeply. "This junior apologizes for his carelessness," he said, his usual arrogant tone replaced by one of careful deference. "I failed to watch my path and nearly inconvenienced the senior. Please forgive my transgression." As he maintained his bow, not daring to straighten until given permission, a single thought crystallized in his mind. For Lan Yueru's sake, he would endure any humiliation, tolerate any danger. He would find the technique he needed to fake his death, escape the sect, and build a new life, one where the Butcher of 6 Rivers could finally rest beneath the quiet waters of redemption's tide.